we're exporting a whole lot of really bad and dangerous rhetoric, bad research, and unfortunately it's being picked up and amplified in other countries.
Never forget the elephant in the room. It's actually such a big elephant that I don't think people can even breathe in that room. There's such a huge elephant. It's the number one preventable cause of death in Australia. So when you are taking a precautionary approach, when you're like, no, we just don't know enough, I just tell them, shut up, because that just, I don't know, is killing people right now.
We're worried that, in fact, a lot of members of the public still think that using an e-cigarette is as harmful as smoking a cigarette. I mean, I have said that it would be tragic if smokers didn't quit and carried on smoking because they hadn't tried an e-cigarette, because they were worried about the safety of an e-cigarette.
It's not about really quitting smoking. Their ideological viewpoint against vaping is so strong and so weird. Like, honestly, it's just weird. I don't know why it invokes this incredible sort of anger from these people. I mean, this colleague of mine said to me when I first moved to get the inquiry up, her comment to me was, why don't they just use a patch? And I said to her, do you smoke? And she's like, no. I said, have you ever smoked? And she said, no. And I said, well, shut up then. You don't know how hard it is to quit smoking.
Clearly, when you tell teenagers not to do something, there's a good chance they will do it.
Well, hello. Heidi ho, neighborinos. Welcome and hello to Son of Liberty Radio here on the Smoke Free Radio Network. What the hell's going on, people? This week has been like a roller coaster. The good, the bad, the ugly, and we're going to talk about some of that. We're going to talk about the lies, the damned lies, and the statistics as well. But yeah, we got some really cool things to talk about. I put a bunch of links in the show notes so that you guys can peruse the things that we are going to talk about. And there's inevitably going to be things that are not in the show notes that we probably will talk about too. So yeah, I see Homicidal Maniac is in the YouTube, and David Moyle is in the Facebook, and hello Dale Short, and the wonderful bald-headed Nick Orlando. Oh, and the lovely Skip Murray. Hello, Skip Murray. And Troop, and Leanna, and Tom Morowitz, and Mallory. Mallory is in the YouTubes as well. So hello and welcome, and hello, my fellow vapors. We have Kevin, and special guest for the night, or for right now. Hello, Logan. What's going on, Logan?
Say, how you doing?
He doesn't want to say hello to me.
You good?
Hello.
Look at him. He's crazy, ain't he?
Hey, Jeffrey Zamora is there too. And Chugga's here. He's going to mess with your microphone. Logan is messing with Kevin's microphone. He loves pushing the button. We're going to have some fun, though.
Logan's even upset.
Logan shouldn't be upset. We have good things to talk about as well as bad things. And we're probably going to be the Debbie Downers again, or at least... Bye!
Bye!
Logan is just going to give you a hard time. Hey, Thomas Kursop is here too. Thomas is the devil, though. Thomas is...
Quit! He's ruining my facade.
He's showing everyone the house of cards that you have built.
That's right. Now
he's mad now because you sent him away.
Puffy spiked you on it. Oh.
He loves you so much, Grandpa,
That's right.
That you sent him away and you made him cry.
Well, I asked him if he was done. He said, yeah, first, but he'll be all right.
Yeah. Hey, Raj says hello to everyone.
Hello.
Hello. So, hey, Kevin.
What?
I just wanted to make you speak so you can unmute the mic.
What, buddy? He wants to go back. You want to come see Patrick again? I don't know why.
Hi.
You like Patrick?
I'm so nice. Tickle him until he pees his pants. So, yeah. Hey everyone. There is no guest tonight. There is no guest. I did reach out to a couple people. Kevin reached out to some smart people too. And sadly, the guy that we really wanted to get on as a guest did respond in a very positive way. Hello, I really enjoy your show. I like to see, you've got a lot of content, blah, blah, blah. But right now, I'm going to focus my efforts on more broader audiences. And that's fine. That's fine. We still love what you do. We still love what you do, Sea Dog, but if you ever feel like you want to talk to the lowbrow people, here we are. Douglas. Why is his first name just flying out of my head right now? Is not willing to come on to our show right now. So, and then Alex Norcia has other things to do. He will attempt eventually to come on. And Brad Rodu, he never really answered. I'm sure we'll get Brad. We just not yet. So we don't have to have a guest to bring you information and to enjoy ourselves and to have a rousing conversation on a Friday night. So we're gonna do that. Kevin and I are gonna talk about things, and maybe Logan will enjoy poking the button on the microphone a little bit more.
He does.
Yeah.
He's trying to figure out how the microphone adjusts.
Oh well, there's a button. There's a knob probably. There's a knob.
He said, "See, is that it? Right there? Yeah.
Yeah, there's a knob."
Who's that guy? Is that big ugly guy? Is that Papa?
Ugly? I'm
Is
not
that
ugly.
up over there too? Is that Papa?
So, I think we'll just start at the top of the list, Kevin. I think we'll just start at the top of the list. I mean, this is something that we've talked about a couple times, that Pfizer really doesn't care if you get cancer. They just care that you don't get cancer from cigarettes. And MSN did indeed advertise this week that Pfizer is actually expanding their recall on their carcinogenic Chantix. So they're actually, Pfizer said on Friday, it's recalling 4 additional lots or batches of its anti-smoking treatment Chantix after finding elevated levels of cancer-causing agents called nitrosamines in the pills. Now, the FDA had already announced that they were going to increase the allowable level of nitrosamines that they would accept. They had already, lowered the bar, I guess is what you want. They said, we understand that you've got a bad batch and we're going to still let you sell it if you want to. So they actually did, actually Pfizer did the right thing on this one. They actually recalled it after a while. But I think it's funny that the FDA didn't have a problem with it, Kevin. The FDA said it was okay. It was okay. We're just going to increase the allowable level of nitrosamines. We know it causes cancer, but it's all right because they're not getting it from smoking.
And it's voluntary, right? Still.
Well,
This is a
no, I mean
voluntary
Pfizer's voluntarily recalling it, even though FDA told them they didn't have to. That we're gonna allow you to have higher levels of cancer-causing agents in your product, and you can keep them on. But Pfizer actually said, you know what? Nah. You know, Chantix already kills enough people with the suicides and everything, so we don't want to, you know, make it any worse by, you know, having them get cancer. So they're actually pulling batches of Chantix off the market.
They yanked Zantac off.
Well, Zantac, no, they didn't. It was not Zantac. It was Tagamet.
Tagamet, yeah, you told me that last week, and I still didn't listen. But let's assume I'm right. It'll save time.
Would that would be a wrong assumption, sir?
But I was wrong. See,
that would be wrong.
Hi, Patrick.
So
right, I linked that one.
Did you see that Thomas Kursop was actually trying to prompt Logan to push the button on the front of the computer?
That's down here. That's
Thomas is. I mean, first we had Ed West the other day offering to help us get booted off of Facebook, and now we got Thomas trying to sabotage our show.
No, I had the comments on the other side. Oh, there it is in front of the.
Yeah, like he did it twice. He did. If you scroll up on the comments, he actually did it twice.
I know it was on YouTube. That's why I couldn't see it.
You know, if you hit the all button at the bottom of the comments thing, you can see all the comments.
I did.
Okay. And I know you're old, and sometimes you forget things.
Well, Skip's wishing her iced tea was spiked. I love that. Because somebody else's is.
You know, sometime during the night, she's gonna want to have a stiff drink.
There's something going on. I don't know. I can't pick sides.
I'm just trying to figure out when will be the best time to do my dirty, dastardly deed.
It's a quandary. It's a conundrum.
I'm
discombobulated.
I'm you know, really interested in when I'm going to do this. But we'll work up to it, Kevin. We'll work up to it.
I think Skip should just be a drink word.
Skip says she doesn't have any booze, so you can't make the drink word. You can't make her name the drink word when she doesn't have any booze.
I don't make the rules.
Well, Kevin, I mean, the two of us, we actually sort of do make the rules.
All right, that's fine. So you can still get Chantix if you like, and that's wonderful. But no nap. I got up at 5, Skip. So yeah.
Did you not take your Geritol today, or your 1-a-day silver?
You talking to her or me?
Well, her.
Okay, because I didn't. Cranky old without my central bra.
So there's, you know, we have this thing going on, Kevin, where we have a pandemic and hospitals are sort of overrun with like sick people and you know, we have this COVID thing and
what? The Earth's on fire? What?
I just really don't understand. I don't get it. So the Rhode Island has been I guess they don't think hospitals have enough to do. So Rhode Island Hospital Agency is enlisted to fight ban under 21 smoking and vaping. So they're wasting the hospital's time by having them do the, you know, something that's not really important for them. I mean, right now, I mean, this doesn't seem so. It says what?
That other people should already be doing, isn't it?
Yeah. So a new state law has given the state's embattled hospital agency a beefed up role in enforcing a ban on the sale of cigarettes and other nicotine products to anyone under the age of 21. Really, a hospital agency? Shouldn't they be treating sick people? I mean, really? So anyway, the new law passed by lawmakers and signed by Governor Dan McKee makes retailers who sell to underage individuals subject to both federal and state penalties, ranging from graduated monetary penalties and possible license suspensions to federal no tobacco sale orders, which we talked about in the past. That that we got a study that shows that people have counted all of the lack of enforcement by FDA and their no tobacco sale orders on these offenders is actually one of the root causes of this vape epidemic that supposedly happens. So it says repeat violator face fines up to $1,500 and a 90-day suspension of their license to sell tobacco and electronic nicotine delivery systems. The law mirrors a 2019 federal law, and it appears the state's Department of Behavioral Health Care, Developmental Disabilities, and Hospitals, in collaboration with its multiple partners, is responsible for conducting inspections of all licensed retailers of tobacco and electronic nicotine delivery systems.
Huh. So it mirrors a federal law from 2019. It doesn't even mention the law. It just mirrors the law. I'm confused.
I'm also, what's the point of having a local law, wasting all the time, having hearings and introducing and voting and everything when you already have a law that says exactly what this one says that's not being enforced already.
So let me make a grammatical point momentarily. After the word hospitals, there's a period, and then in collaboration. So pay attention to what you're listening to.
That's actually a comma. That's actually a comma, my friend.
Oh,
yes.
Good Lord. All right. I apologize.
What does that sign behind you say?
Assume, ass out of you and me. Assume.
Yeah, okay. So
Nope.
on Friday, BHDDH and the Department of Health issued a public reminder. It included this context from Dr. Nicole Alexander Scott, Dr. Nicole Alexander Scott, the state health director. While Rhode Island has become a national leader in efforts to curb youth tobacco use, emerging tobacco products such as e-cigarettes and flavored tobacco products that appeal mainly to youth have threatened to reverse these gains and get a new generation hooked on highly addictive nicotine products and nicotine, highly addictive tobacco products and nicotine.
All those words.
So we actually do have science that we're going to talk about later that points out that this is one of those damned lies. This is not just a regular lie. This is a damned lie.
There's multiple lies in this.
Multiples. Each year, approximately 1,800 Rhode Islanders lose their lives to smoking. This bill will help reduce the number of young people who take up smoking and help reduce rates of those preventable deaths in every zip code in Rhode Island. So this is crazy. I mean, there's a lot of bullshit here, but the link is in the chat room for you guys to read it if you want. I'm not reading the rest of this. So essentially, this hospital system is going to be in charge of the state on their straw purchases and their youth tobacco sale stings. So yeah.
Did you see the percentage at the bottom?
The percentage at the bottom where it says that the average violator rate, is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
So it says the 2020 survey by BHDDH found that underage inspectors aged 16 to 19 were successful 22.5% of the time of their purchase attempts. This represents an 80% increase from the 2019 retailer violation rate of 12.5%. So in 1 year, it leaped 10%. See, I can't say the words in front of him that would make people drink.
So you can't hear. Sign our amendment 1, 2. Number 2, they've recreated the problem, and they've succeeded in creating that problem. And that is just asinine. It's unbelievable.
Okay, so what's really funny, I'm going to scroll down here. I'm going to read this without sharing it. It says, does BHDDH need additional employees to do this?
Mm-hmm.
And the answer is no. The unit has 4 people who are responsible for ensuring compliance with federal and state tobacco laws as it relates to sales to people of a legal age. So, I mean, I know that Rhode Island is not huge, Kevin, but only 4 people for all of the convenience stores and vape shops and grocery stores and stores that sell tobacco products. Only 4 people are needed to monitor that for the entire state. That seems kind of stupid to me.
And I think my link was crap. I posted with the Facebook tag on the end because it looked like it ran through.
That's really long. Yeah, there it goes. It finally. Dan says that he drank.
Problems with the article and the letter.
Yeah, okay. More than multiples.
Say, okay then. Tell him, say big and tall.
He's holding the sign backwards, man. Big and tall. He's got to work on his sign twirling skills. That might be the only job he can get in the future. Twirling signs. That's not nice.
He likes looking at himself. So yeah, when you can double up on law and still get 20-something, that's pretty good.
Are you? What's going on? I can't. You're doing this thing, Kevin. You sounded like Mr. Roboto for a second.
Which
there.
Thing?
I was gonna sing Domo Arigato.
Mr. Roboto.
Domo Arigato. So I got blocked. I'm getting really good. I'm getting really good at getting blocked, Kevin.
You mean for a link, or you mean in general?
No. I actually got I got what's the word? I got blocked by a doctor.
No.
I got blocked by a UK doctor who has blocked me. So
was that Norman or some bullshit story guy?
Well,
yeah.
Yes, it's Nick Hopkinson.
He's actually
Nick Hopkinson is a pro-vaping guy, but he made some asinine comments about blocking science, which, you know, I'm sorry that he's pro-vaping, but if he's going to make stupid ideological like comments about like blocking science because he didn't like the source of the science, I got to go after him for that.
He blocked
and I did, and he blocked me. But this is a COPD. His handle is at COPD doc, and you know I just couldn't figure out why he would. Like I said before, the science doesn't care who paid for it. If the science is good, and you can repeat the experiment, or you can verify the statistics or the numbers or whatever, and it's repeatable, then it's good science. You know, that's the whole point of science, is that if one guy does it, another guy does it, and another guy does it, and they all get the same result, then it's good, right, Kevin?
It's kind of like a calculator. If I say 1 and 3 is what, Patrick, and we both get the same answer, then it's
but if you had back in the day, you smoked Marlboros, for example. Marlboros had Marlboro Miles.
Oh,
and if you collected those, you could send them in and get like free stuff from Marlboro with their logo on it, which as an adult person, I myself don't get the wearing of like a brand of clothing that has their brand name plastered across the front of it. This is why I don't own an Abercrombie and Fitch or American Eagle or Forever 21 or any of those things, because you go and buy a t-shirt and across the front of the t-shirt is just the logo of the place where you got it. That's free advertisement for them. They should be giving you the shirt to wear, to walk around and advertise for them. I just, the little alligator is about as big as I would, and I don't own a Lacoste anything, but that's about the size of the branding that I am willing to wear. But I don't get it. So, if you did your math on a Marlboro calculator that you got for sending in your Marlboro miles, that doesn't make the math worse, right, Kevin?
No.
Well, I'm just particularly mentioning the fact that it doesn't matter where the math was done, and by if the math is the math is the math, and so yeah, this guy blocked me, man. I'm getting better at this, and there were people that were like, don't attack him because he's pro vaping. I'm like, but he made a stupid comment, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that he's pro vaping. If he's going to make stupid comments, then he should be called out for making stupid comments.
I didn't attack him. I was probably as harsh as I would be with anyone else, or as nice as I would be. It depends upon your perspective. But if you're wrong, you're wrong. That's
yeah. So yeah, Cliff Douglas. I finally remembered his name. Cliff Douglas.
Well, see now.
I got his last name, but I didn't get his first name. I could not remember Cliff.
Yes, sir.
The nicotine enhanced brain must not be getting enough nicotine.
Mm-hmm.
Every time you hear a bell ring, an angel gets its wings, Kevin.
Every time you hear the bell ring, another anti-tobacco fucktard lied.
Yeah. So there was an interesting bit of science that came out this week that actually says everything that we have been saying for a long time, Kevin.
What?
Again,
What?
I like it. I like it when people agree with what we say. So this is an actual accepted manuscript. I think this is pre-pub probably if it's just accepted right now. But it says reactions to sales restrictions on flavored vape products for all vape products among U.S. adults. So
I don't recognize any of the names offhand at all.
No, I don't.
I didn't.
It does. Again, I don't really care because the result is what I expected it to be. So the significance says, despite increases in e-cigarette sales restrictions, support for sales restrictions and perceived impact on young adults' use are unclear. Perceived impact on young adult use are unclear. So they had this methodology here where they analyzed from February to May of 2020 data from a longitudinal study of 2,159 young adults aged 18 to 34. The median age was 24 3/4, plus or minus 4.71. Anyway, so we're just looking at 30-day use e-cigarette users in 6 metropolitan areas: Atlanta, Boston, Minneapolis, Oklahoma City, San Diego, and Seattle. We examined support for e-cigarette sales restrictions and among e-cigarette users and perceived impact of flavored vape product and all vape product sales restrictions on e-cigarette and e-cigarette use and potential correlates e-cigarette / tobacco use, use-related symptoms and health concerns, blah, blah, blah. So 24.2% of e-cigarette users, and 57.6% of non-users supported somewhat strongly sales restrictions on flavored vape products. I don't believe that. But anyway, I believe the 57.6%, but I don't believe 1/4 of the people that vape that they surveyed would support strict sales restrictions on flavored vape products. But anyway, 15.1% of e-cigarette users supported complete vape product sales restrictions. I, again, don't believe that at all. I mean, e-cigarette users that use the product are not going to support a ban on the products that they use, would they, Kevin?
I don't think they would. I really don't.
I don't think so.
Wait, I like these, and you're going to make me not. Oh, wait a minute. Depends on how the question's asked, I suppose. But
if restricted to tobacco flavors, 39.1% of e-cigarette users reported being likely very or somewhat to continue using e-cigarettes. So a third, or about, a little bit more than a third of the people polled said that they would still use if they could only get tobacco flavors.
Right.
30.5% not at all likely. So they would not use tobacco flavors, and 33.2% were likely to switch to smoking. So again, 1/3 of the people said that they would still vape. 1/3 of the people said that they wouldn't vape, and 1/3 of the people said that they would switch to smoking.
It's strange, ain't it?
Yes. So considering complete vape product sales restrictions, equal numbers, 39% were likely versus not at all likely to switch to cigarettes. So 39% were likely. Greater policy support correlated with binge e-cigarette non-users. Among users, correlates include fewer days of use and fewer symptoms and health concerns. So a percentage of people said, yeah, I vape because it's better for me. If such restrictions were implemented, those less likely to support continuing to vape or switching to cigarettes used cigarettes on fewer days were never smokers and indicated greater health concern. So the conclusions says, while lower risk users may be more positively impacted by such policies, other young adult user subgroups may not experience benefit. So the implications are that young adult e-cigarette users indicate low support for e-cigarette sales restrictions, both for flavored products and complete restrictions. Moreover, if vape products sales were restricted to tobacco flavors, 39.1% of users reported being likely to continue to use e-cigarettes, but 33.2% were likely to switch to cigarettes.
So,
and that is in the youth, the youth demographic.
Right, youth. So
yeah,
if it's a 30-day use person and they really don't give a shit,
yeah,
then I get the weird skew on these numbers. They're very strange numbers. I get the conclusion, but you got to look at the numbers. It's a very weird. This is something that Glans is going to meta analyze with his finger in his ass and go, oh, guess what? So
well, and then the last two sentences. Those most likely to report positive impact of such policies being implemented were less frequent users, never smokers, and those with greater e-cigarette related health concerns. So the people that don't use it much, the people that never smoked,
right,
and the people that are brainwashed by all the lies, the people that are have health concerns. So.
And Dave's got a good point. Restrictions aren't bans, right?
Well, flavor restrictions is a ban. Yes, it is.
Well, tongue in cheek. It's insane. Some of the things we can find that don't make any sense, but they're saying what we were saying. But it's a 30-day e-cigarette user base, 2,000 people.
I don't get. See the people that are these people that are in the vaping community that are pushing for only sell these products in vape shops. There are people that are only sell these products in age restricted locations. And if they really care about tobacco harm reduction, the goal should be that these places are everywhere where cigarettes are for sale.
Yeah.
Because
the bad example will bring them to the good example.
Right. So
that's my
plus
good.
there is a fallacy here that I think we've addressed it before, but I'm going to address it again. There is this weird daydream that people think that vape shops don't sell to underage kids.
Well,
just because they're underrepresented in the FDA warning letters.
No,
but we've discussed it quite often on this show. That is only the FDA contracted age stings. The state numbers from the state health department and the state enforcement are not listed there. And in this last batch of, well, the vape shop that was here locally that went out of business, I know for a fact received 4 letters. They
There you go.
people, the health department went in there 4 times and busted them and wrote them the warning letters and wrote them citations, but those are never listed on the FDA website. So there are plenty of bad actors in the vaping world, and I don't think that I don't want to demean or attack vape shop owners, because there are plenty of awesome vape shop owners in the chat room right now, and I'm not pointing the finger at any of them because you're responsible people. But yeah, it's ridiculous that people think that vape shop, if you only put it in vape shops, we won't have this problem. We'll still have the problem.
Somebody
because
had one
it's not the kids that are by and large getting these products in any retail outlet. It's legal people that are getting them and selling them.
Or these kids, they're stealing them, one of the two. Yeah. So there was a vape shop a while back. It's someone who's friendly. I remember that, but I can't remember who it was. And it did happen to them, and it wasn't purposeful. The employee did it. They did it on accident, on purpose, whichever, it doesn't matter. They did it. It's okay. It happens. It does happen. They're going to slip by. But you've got a 20% possibility, to be in compliance. That's pretty weak. It's extremely weak. So, went up. What are you chewing? Oh, we got Cheez-Its. Awesome.
Cheez-Its are awesome. Skip Murray is actually eating Cheetos right now. So there's 2 cheese puffs or cheesy poofs or crunchy cheesy things going on right now. So Kevin,
one more thing about the vape shops.
Yeah.
The people that we know, by and large, 99.99999 are former smokers who would never sell to minors. Sorry, go ahead. What'd you do?
So I have always said, Kevin, on this show that I felt like that every vape shop in America should swipe ID for every transaction.
Yes.
Period.
Yes. Why not?
But then then some vape shops are like, well, that costs extra and blah blah blah. I don't care.
Doesn't matter.
I don't care.
You're protecting yourself and the public,
and your future for your industry. So anyway, September's coming up anyway, so it's no point.
Yeah, it is. A couple weeks.
Yeah, it's coming. September 9th is coming. So do you think that flavors are important, Kevin?
I do. I don't even have.
Do we have empirical knowledge in this area?
I think we do. Yeah, exactly. My wife would probably have killed me by now without them. So I'm pretty sure flavors are important.
So obviously we did a flavor study. Dr. Farsalinos did a flavor study.
Rounded at 70,000 people. What?
Yeah, a fairly large number of people. But there's a new one out. Not new, but it's making the rounds again. This is important. So this is a journal of the American Medical Association. This is not a fly by night operation here.
No.
Hey, Addy says that he's got cheesy goldfish too. Cheesy goldfish. So associations of flavored e-cigarette uptake with subsequent smoking initiation and cessation.
Mm-hmm.
And this is from Abigail Friedman. And I apologize. I'm gonna highlight this, but it's XU Zoo. I'm sorry. I don't want to, But anyway, if we go down here, it says, does the association between vaping uptake and subsequent smoking differ between individuals favoring tobacco versus non-tobacco flavored e-cigarettes? I know why I found this, because Mark Sliss was asking if there was a study about tobacco flavors and regular flavors. And I said, well, I don't know. This is a cohort study. This is not exactly what you're asking for, but it might suffice for what you need it for. And since I brought it,
17,000 people.
yes, 17,929 participants. Logan did not participate in this study, though, Kevin.
No, he did not.
So you're getting really loud sound from your vent now too, for some reason.
He's moving my mic.
Put the towel back. It's there. Stop it. So, in this cohort study, with 17,929 participants, multivariable analysis, and national representative longitudinal survey data. Is it data or data? Evaluated differences in smoking initiation and cessation subsequent to vaping uptake amongst those who use flavored versus unflavored e-cigarettes separately by age group relative to vaping tobacco flavors. Vaping non-tobacco flavored e-cigarettes was not associated with increased youth smoking initiation, but was associated with an increase in the odds of an adult smoking cessation. Yes, he was looking for an RCT, and this is a cohort study, so it's not. But for this, for the purposes that he was asking for, I think a cohort study would work. A randomized clinical trial, an RCT, would be, a specific designed experiment. This is not an experiment. This is more of a, hey, use these flavored and unflavored and, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, I want to read that again, Kevin. It says, relative to vaping tobacco flavors, vaping non-tobacco flavored e-cigarettes was not associated with increased youth smoking initiation. So they're already, this torpedoed the gateway. The gateway is like blasted with this. They're saying that there is no increased youth smoking initiation with either vaping tobacco or flavored e-cigarettes. So, Kevin, did you get that from that sentence?
That's all I'm going to say.
Okay. So in this study, adults who vaped flavored e-cigarettes were more likely to subsequently quit smoking than those who used unflavored e-cigarettes. So people that vaped flavors were more likely to quit smoking than those that didn't smoke flavors or vape flavors, excuse me. So the importance is that several states have banned sales of flavored e-cigarettes, but evidence on the association between vaping flavors and subsequent smoking initiation and cessation is limited. That was the importance of this. So to evaluate whether uptake of flavored e-cigarettes is more strongly associated with subsequent smoking initiation and cessation than uptake of unflavored e-cigarettes separately for use, 12 to 17 years, emerging adults, 18 to 24 years, and prime age adults, 25 to 54 years. Did you notice, Kevin, that they're calling youths 12 to 17?
Well, imagine that. Emerging adults. I love that.
And then emerging adults is some sort of new category.
So I'm in my 24. Prime. I'm in my prime.
You're actually over the prime number there. 54 is the last year. So I'm going to scroll down here. I'm not going to read all this, but here, the conclusion is, in this study, adults who began vaping non-tobacco flavored e-cigarettes were more likely to quit smoking than those who vaped tobacco flavors. More research is needed to establish the relationship between e-cigarette flavors and smoking to guide related policy. So they already said, hey, we've done this, we've done this study now, and we're pretty confident that there's no smoking initiation caused by either flavored or tobacco flavors, which they're all flavored, by the way. Just, that is one thing that they don't quite realize, that liquid nicotine doesn't naturally occur with a tobacco flavor.
And tobacco has hundreds of flavors.
Well, yes, depending on how it was aged and what breed of tobacco plant it is, and so forth and so on. So Addy says he's got red fingers now. So just do this with your shirt. Just
do that to Patrick's shirt.
Not my shirt, because this is the red Son of Liberty Radio shirt. Did you see that?
If he does it to your shirt, it's going to be on his screen. He'll know it later.
Well, it would be kind of creepy if he reached through the monitor and wiped his hand on my shirt, Kevin.
So
it'd be like one of those. That'd be like one of those The Ring moments. If you ever watched the movie The Ring.
No, it didn't. So flavors are important. They know they're important. And they've been suppressing this information for, 10, 12, 15 years.
Well, that study was from 2020.
Yeah, but they've been suppressing the same exact information for 10, 12, 15 years. I don't understand that. I don't know why.
But there is good news later on. We will talk about people finally opening their eyes. Not yet. We're not going to get to that yet. Because, Kevin, did you notice that, speaking of blocking, I personally got blocked.
I know, you were a pain in my ass. I was trying to help you.
On Twitter. I personally got blocked on this whole week has been weird with me being blocked from things. So I tried to be a good friend and private message Kevin a link to a website.
I don't even like you, so that didn't work out well, but all right.
And I got an error. I got an error on my private messenger that said you are not allowed to send this link because it is considered abusive. I got a screenshot of it, Kevin.
You got the part where I cuss.
I got a screenshot of this, which I got to go to my pictures on Twitter. Give me a second here. Where picture media? There we go. Media. So there's a lot of pictures that I need to show.
We'll show them. Logan's building something in the background for everybody.
It sounds like Legos, like going into a plastic container. So this is what it looked like, because I sent him a scientific study, and then the very next thing I did, I wanted to send this link, and it says that I can't do that. So I clicked on the thing, and it says that the send failed. The action attempted has been deemed abusive or is otherwise disallowed. Now, I'm concerned. I'm actually concerned that I'm showing it on screen right now, and we are on Facebook. I might get like spanked for sharing this.
You might get Zuckerberg. Oh, big knowledge is in the room. Chris is in the room. So
big knowledge. Chris is in Periscope. He's watching on Twitter. Victor Altec is in the chat room. So at some point tonight, you're going to use the Victor share screen, right, Kevin?
Yes, I am. And I don't understand why you're trying to send me stuff that you're not allowed to send. I think that's mean, and you're going to try to get me blocked. That's what you're doing. But just assume I'm right. Let's go.
Like in a private message, it wouldn't even let me send the URL www.RightToVape.org would not let me do that. And obviously this website is just a repository that CASA and CAFRA have put together to build the biggest database of people's quit stories, their tobacco harm reduction stories.
Chris is very versatile. Now he's on Facebook.
I saw that. He's like by social media.
He's like a chocolate cat.
So I was kind of frustrated. I'm like, why in the hell can't I send this link in a private message? Like literally, Kevin. Literally, and I would never do this, but literally I could send you naked pictures of little kids and Facebook wouldn't stop me.
Probably not.
But
Probably not.
sending a link to a tobacco harm reduction repository of testimonials, and they said that this is not allowed. This could be considered abusive or otherwise not allowed. So
It doesn't even have wording to be abusive.
no, there was no wording. It was just I was typing the link to you. So then later in the day, I tried to make a really cool Facebook post on Smoke Free Radio to see if there was a way. There's a way for this to happen. So I wrote this post. I said, CAFR and CASA have joined forces to put together the largest database of consumer testimonials on the benefits of choosing hashtag tobacco harm reduction products to help them switch from combustible tobacco to a hashtag safer nicotine option. Check out, and I typed the URL RightToVape.org, and then I put the about us from the CAFR CASA RightToVape.org website. And you know what? It says you can't share this link. RightToVape.org. Your content cannot be shared because this link goes against our community standards. So, I mean, I understand that the community standards says that I cannot promote vaping products. I can't, but a link to a tobacco harm reduction website
Org.
that asks people to, type up their testimonial, submit their testimonial about how they're not going to die. And Facebook says, no, I can't do that.
They're too restriction happy, I think is their problem.
And guess what? I defended and really it is their platform. It is their platform.
It is.
So
Doesn't make them not idiots. But
if they choose to do that, then they should advertise what their limits are, right? So if their community, whatever it's called, their TOS or their community standards are published, and this violates their published TOS or their published community standards, that's one thing. But to just make up new community standards and add new terms in their terms of service, I couldn't find anything in there that I felt like that this website violated their terms. I couldn't find anything. So I did reach out to multiple people as soon as I found out about it, because at the time it looked like nobody knew that it was happening.
I don't think they did.
And CASA has indeed filed an appeal, but I haven't heard anything else. But I just, I get it. It's your platform and you own it, Zuck, and you can do whatever you want with it. It's yours. If it was a government thing, if this was a government utility, it wasn't a privately owned social media platform, then you would call it censorship.
Right.
But since it's a privately owned thing, they have every right to do whatever the fuck they want with it. But at least be cool about it and say, hey, we've updated our terms of service or our community standards and X, Y, and Z. But they never did that. I can't find anywhere where any of their community standards, this website does not violate those as far as I'm concerned. At all.
Well, especially that type of thing. Not to my knowledge.
I mean, I've seen vape companies advertising a link to their to their sales websites, like even now, and they're not blocked.
I've seen it.
I mean, if I go to Five Ponds Facebook right now, there's a link on their website or on their Facebook that leads you right to their website where you can buy Five Ponds e-liquid.
And Jeffrey, I'm not above thinking that local antis around the country would do that exactly. Not that they are powerful enough to do so on their own selves, but you get an email with 50 people on there, that's it. It's gone. It's possible. And they are connected that way, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Never mind.
So you want to share that Lexology thing real quick?
Lexology next. Well, that's not
the one that you found. No, I jumped.
See how you are?
No, I jumped one thing right now.
Worst study.
The worst study we've seen all year. I jumped that. Share the Lexology thing.
You haven't intended, yeah.
So we want to share it from the Victor share screen, Kevin.
Well, yeah. So I got to make sure I know how to do this because we haven't had a whole lot of practice with the Victor share screen.
I know, right? So you got to put the thing that you want to share on the Victor share screen, and then hit the share button and share that monitor.
Share Chrome. Lexology. There we go.
The Victor share screen.
Oh, hell, that's not big enough.
No, rub it.
No. There, how's that? Better?
All right. Deal with this for a minute. I'm going to be gone for just a second.
So Reed Smith, LLP, I don't honestly know what that is. I didn't look. Explains that 6 years ago, in 2015, they attempted to slip a change to its intended use regulations. I didn't know this, which had not been updated since the 50s through the administrative process by hiding it in a Federal Register notice about e-cigarettes, and he gives the registration number or reg number of 2015 September 25th. We caught them, and the FDA faced the prospect of responding to public comments about the First Amendment and truthful promotion of off-label use. Now,
yes,
we've talked about this 100 times, saying how you can't say it. We can say anything. So when it's saying the proposed change itself was quite necessary, I believe it. But
in the drug world, they have off-label uses.
Right.
So that's like we've developed a drug that does X, but while we were experimenting with drug that does X, we found out that it also does Y.
Right.
So when we have intended use language and off-label language, that allows the doctors that are smart and understand pharmacology to go, hey, we've got this drug that lowers your blood pressure, but we also found out that it reduces your cholesterol.
Or makes you really hard.
You have high cholesterol, so we're going to give you this other drug because the more aggressive high cholesterol medicine has side effects that we don't want to deal with this specific patient. So intended use, that phrase is used in the pharmacology world, in the prescription world, as well as this new deeming, because FDA likes to use the language that they understand.
Yeah.
And prior to 2009, FDA didn't have any authority over tobacco. So in 2009, before 2009, they were good with just they were barely able to regulate drugs and food. I mean,
yeah.
And then all of a sudden they've got tobacco. So they just use their verbiage that they're used to using for other things and tried to put it into tobacco. And then in the deeming, they decided, well, we're going to redefine what this word means and try to slide it through.
Yeah. And they're working on, they're relying on the food companies to make their pull on a product, not themselves.
Right.
And the makeup area and all the shit that they do regulate. When you go to I'll lie to you, it's FDA recall, I think, on Twitter. There's a shitload of things that are way more dangerous than vaping in there every day. It's almost literally every day. So the method raised our eyebrows, it says, and the proposed change was and is quite necessary. But the FDA proposed to delete problematic, albeit largely unforced, language from those regs, which purported to make mere knowledge of off-label use a basis for changing a product's intended use, setting off a cavalcade, I haven't heard that one in a while, of regulatory consequences. So
Plethora.
Cavalcade
plethora.
So you can go through all that here in a minute when I post it, but in 2017, on the eve of a change of administrations, they try to bait and switch clarification of its proposed amendments. Instead of deleting the problematic language, the FDA retained mere knowledge and folded into a brand new, never commented on totality of the evidence test. Now that's interesting to me. Totality means complete.
Yes,
the largest picture.
Comprehensive.
Comprehensive is another good word.
Yes.
So this would-be final rule ignored the amendment problems, which has been brought up a few times over whether a shop can say this or that. So Moose, forgive me, Kim, I can't remember the Moose Juice, I think, in Michigan, as an example, put, and Charles was at her shop, the FDA statement from Gottlieb was printed bigger than my freaking sign behind me.
Oh, that reminds me, I have to contact Moose Juice.
On her wall. Now, she can't say it, but everybody can walk in and read it. And I was like, that's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. You're using your First Amendment without saying a word. That's beautiful. I like that.
I've met her too.
Have you?
At Michigan. I think I met her at Michigan at the Vaping Militia event, the one and only Vaping Militia Vaping Convention.
I met her very briefly in Milwaukee.
I believe.
COVID when we were watching the film. So she did that. I believe Tennessee with DME, the Smoke Free Association, had their shops have it on their doors or their windows or whatever it was.
Yes.
So they had signs on their windows sponsored by them rather than the shop itself, I believe. But when a guy walks in like my dad, who was in his 70s, and he doesn't see anything that says it's safer, he might have turned the fuck around. And the guy in there can't really say that. And I don't like this. I'm leaving.
Yeah.
So this is important for that part of it. So they released a memorandum anyway, enunciating essentially the same crabbed view of the First Amendment that had failed in the Western states and Coronia and elsewhere. We discussed that here. The parallel proceedings never amounted to anything. So the First Amendment is for each person, not each corporation or company or LLC or whatever. So if you get through, you still can't say. You're not allowed to say it. We're allowed to say it because we can say anything we want to.
I can say any damn thing I want.
So finally, with respect to the First Amendment itself, the FDA doesn't seem to have learned anything from the last decade. So the citing that they have for illegal distribution of drugs and devices for rec purposes and non-therapeutical. So when you see a commercial on TV, it's not been officially approved by the FDA at the very, very end in the fastest freaking sentence the guy can talk about. That's what they're talking about. So truthful speech as evidence of intent.
Yes.
Is another sentence I really liked. They discussed it, so they know about it, and they're having a hard time with it, and I like that. So it's longer, and it's furthermore, and it's content-based as it gets right there is telling you. So I'll link this. You who in business should read this, no matter what, and then you who are interested in the First Amendment should also read it. So those are... what was the title? Yeah, intended use administrative marathon. The marathon thing I thought was cute because why are we still doing this? What is the problem? They don't want you guys telling the truth, because if you tell the truth, you're going to increase your sales. That's what you're doing. And they don't
that intended use language has hurt us a lot. It's part of the reason why they're going after vapable CBDs and vapable THCs and the PACT Act. The PACT Act sort of pissed me off this week, Kevin.
No.
So, a few weeks ago, I ordered this device from Element Vape, and they sent it to me via the USPS with a adult signature required, which is because it's a hardware. It's So, I've been looking for cotton.
Really?
I've been looking for cotton, and so I couldn't get any of the local places that I can get cotton. I couldn't get it, so I had to order cotton.
Stop. Jeffrey, we can say anything we want as a customer, as a consumer, not as an owner, shop owner, or employee.
Yes.
There's actually DJ, I can't remember his name, Greg DJ. Just hold you know where the post office is. So Greg DJ, I can't remember his name, has a picture of himself holding a sign at a shop saying, staff can't help you with your coils, but I can. There's been a few of those.
So I ordered cotton.
Yeah.
I ordered a lot. I mean, a whole big bag of cotton. The only thing in here is this. There's 4 packs of this cotton, which is Muji cotton, and 4 packs of this brand of cotton. And they charged me $14 in shipping because of the adult signature upon delivery for cotton. So, I had to make sure I had to buy like $80 worth of cotton to make it worthwhile. But it sort of just pissed me off that like even cotton is getting wrapped up in this PACT Act BS. But it is the intended use. If it is intended to be used as a component or part of a vape product, then it's a tobacco product. That is the definition that's in the deeming. So if it is a part or a component of, so that's how they said, they originally said, I don't know what the end result of that is going to be, but they had originally said, we're going to encompass zero nicotine as a tobacco product because it is intended to be used as a component or part of a finished tobacco product, right?
Yep.
So, that's the fuzzy nature of this language. That's why the PACT Act is so vague and is now able to prevent CBD manufacturers from sending directly to their consumers THC. Well, I mean, I think THC is probably still illegal because it's THC, but
But who's next?
It seems like they're trying to get everything at once, Kev.
Right. Who's next and who's in line?
It
pisses me off.
So Jeffrey says, if, for example, there's a wall where people write stuff, consumers can write the complete RCP report. Yes.
Yes.
And in social media, consumers could add all the health claims they want. Yes. Sounds like a possibility since we have a strong community, perhaps.
Yes.
Well, we have CASA, which has like almost 200,000 members that are all consumers.
Yes.
But most consumers of these products or of any product doesn't dedicate the amount of time on one specific topic as we do. I mean, Kevin and I are consumers, and we spend a lot of time on this. But most people that vape, they go about their lives doing, normal shit, and the whole idea that they should step out of their life to defend something that the people that make the product, I'm going to say this, and everybody in the room does not fall in this category, but the vast majority of people that are in this industry don't do shit to protect their fucking business. So why would the consumers do it?
It's been suggested, like Skip says, printing a lot of stuff. You can put on the back of your receipt, join CASA. You can put on there on a computer screen. You could go over there to our kiosk, sir or ma'am, and you can read all about the RCP or the Public Health England or whatever it is. You can have a flash of A Billion Lives trailer just rolling and rolling and rolling, or don't know nicotine, rolling and rolling and rolling. That's
the trailer, not the actual film themselves.
Right. Not the film, unless you have the license, which is available. So there's other ways you can do that, and like Kim put it on her wall, and quite a few. I'm not sure if Mark did or not, but they're putting them on.
I mean, I know a lot of guys bought print copies of the RCP report and leave it on their counter. A lot of people go to CASA.org and print out the printable materials and put it on their counters.
Some shops have here, join CASA right here. You can do that. It's free.
Yeah. Hey, some shops actually pay their dues to the state trade organization of their state and actually go and defend their businesses, but the vast majority of businesses do not. So, yeah. I mean, Ford Motor Company doesn't ask everybody that buys Fords to go to Congress and lobby for Fords.
No.
You know, I enjoy doing what I do. Kevin enjoys doing what he does. We fight for this because we recognize that it has changed our lives for the better. And I'm also a very contrarian person, and I just want to have a monster to kill. So I enjoy fighting like an undefeatable monster just because. But most people don't. Most people have entire lives that they can dedicate. You know, they got kids, they got, things, hobbies that they like. So yeah, it's Skip, you're different. I understand your situation. Minnesota.
Different twice.
So Minnesota is different.
Yeah, there's reasons.
There's reasons. So yeah, I mean, I don't want to go off on the weeds and go off onto tangents there, but there's a reason why some consumers are passionate about this and fight. And then, but you can't expect that to be the norm. Because
we're less than 1%.
We're the exception to the rule. Mm-hmm. Now, Medium has an entire section, Kevin, that is dedicated to tobacco harm reduction and vaping. And they've been publishing pretty regularly on a separate subsection of medium.com, which really, it's good because everything that they've published, I've agreed with and has been sound and intelligently written.
Right.
And it's called The Great Vape Debate. The Great Vape Debate. Now, sadly, Kevin, they only have 39 followers on their website. Now, I follow Medium on Twitter.
Yeah, I do too.
But this is a follow on the website, or you click on it and you can log in and you can follow them on their other medias. But yeah. So anyway, why do opponents of vaping want to suppress or dismiss science? And most of the people that are doing this are scientists, right? People that claim to be public health scientists or public health doctors or whatever. Yeah. This is a Vaping 360 picture that they've licensed. So I'm guessing Vaping 360 gets $1 or $2 every time this picture gets used. Does anybody know what that device is? It's an interesting little device. Yeah, it's bigger than a Zippo, but
yeah,
it is one of those. It is one of those. Troop says it does pay the bills because Troop knows the Vaping 360 people. So anyway, it says e-cigarettes have fractured the tobacco control community. Some researchers argue that vaping nicotine saves lives by helping smokers quit. Others say that e-cigarettes are dangerous, especially for young people, The debate is by no means settled.
No. Imagine that.
I can stream. Why is Tom just randomly asking in the chat room if there's a way to stream to your TV? I stream to my TV all the time. So you'd think that all involved would welcome more science. Sadly, that's not so. Consider, for example, what happened after a debate about conflicts of interest in tobacco science, part of a seminar series organized by academics. On one side, Joanna Cohen, the Bloomberg professor of disease prevention at the Bloomberg School of Public Health at Johns Hopkins University, she argued that journals such as Tobacco Control, where she's an editor, are right in refusing to publish research sponsored by the industry. What's more, she said those who work in the industry, including an e-cigarette company, Juul, should be prohibited from attending scientific conferences. And we've talked about this ad nauseum, and we're going to talk about it again later on. Scientists don't want their journals or scientific societies to be used in the service of an industry that continues to perpetuate the most deadly disease epidemic of our time. Logan, hello. Anyway, on the other side, Kenneth Michael Cummings, a professor at the Medical University of South Carolina. Cummings, a veteran of the tobacco wars, who has testified in court against cigarette companies, nevertheless does not believe that they should be barred from journals or scientific meetings. Science ought to be judged on its merits. Period.
Didn't you just say
Cummings
that?
said, didn't I think I swear to God they're watching our show and stealing our quotes, Kevin, in my tweets, because I tweeted that. Censorship is not the way to go. Companies that make reduced risk products like e-cigarettes should be a part of the solution to the public health threat posed by combustible tobacco, he said. Watching online, I thought Cummings got the better of the debate. Cohen's evidently felt the same way because a week or so later, she sent an email to Matthew Myers, the president of Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, an ardent opponent of all things tobacco, including e-cigarettes. And here's a copy of the email. Good morning, Matt. I hope
this is good.
Yes, I know, right? Good morning, Matt. I hope you and your family are well. I'm looking for an expert who can help me effectively respond to arguments made or about not allowing tobacco company research in journals and not allowing tobacco company employees to attend scientific conferences. Those in favor of tobacco company publishing / conference attendance are calling the above policies censorship, and they talk about open science, quite powerful on the face of it. I thought you may be aware of people / companies who are very good at crafting message framing that resonates well and who do not work for tobacco companies. Or if you can recommend who I might ask, that would be greatly appreciated too. All the best, Joanna.
So is that like narratives? They're looking for narratives? This reminds me of Deanna Marshall's.
We are very good. They're looking for people or companies who are very good at crafting message framing that resonates well. So they're looking at somebody. So she's not smart enough and doesn't have the facts on her side to counter the argument.
Let me repeat that in case Joanna wants to listen later on. You're not smart enough on your own.
And don't have the science and facts on your side to counter the argument that you're blocking science or that you're censoring open science because you have an ideology that stands in the way. That's exactly what this is, Kevin. So the writer, Mark Gunther, says, do you see the problem here? The aim of suppressing science. The professor who opposes conflicts of interest turns for help, specifically help finding a PR consultant to an advocate who is leading the war against vaping. Perhaps coincidentally, Cohen, Johns Hopkins, and Tobacco-Free Kids all get funding from, guess what? Michael Bloomberg and his foundation, Bloomberg Philanthropies, which gave Tobacco-Free Kids a 3-year, $160 million grant to oppose vaping in 2019. Bloomberg and the foundation have donated more than $3 billion to Johns Hopkins, which named its public health school after him. So Clive Bates, one of our wonderful heroes who we still have not been able to get on the show because Africa time, he will come on the show. It's just that we have to wake up at the wee hours of the morning to do the show. A British advocate for reduced harm nicotine products, including e-cigarettes, said the email exchange, and this is a quote, illustrates an interesting collaborative operation between a venerable academic institution and an activist operation, both Bloomberg funded, with the aim of suppressing science from sources they do not like.
Huh.
The collaboration is interesting, but is it objectionable? Perhaps not. Both camps in the contentious debate about vaping coordinate efforts behind the scenes. Cohen, a respected tobacco researcher, is not known as a hardline opponent of vaping. The research about vaping is limited, and it's a moving target. She told me when we spoke back earlier this year, she declined to talk with me about her email because her pants had been pulled down, and she didn't want to. She didn't want to respond. What is objectionable is that Cohen and tobacco-free kids want to reject or discredit science that could shed light on the debate about how to regulate e-cigarettes. To be sure, tobacco companies have a disgraceful record of distorting science, lying to the public, and marketing to kids. They continue to sell vast quantities of deadly cigarettes, about $700 billion worth this year. 1 in 5 adults in the world smokes tobacco, according to Our World in Data. On the other hand, the good news for public health, if not for the industry, is that smoking rates are falling almost everywhere. Some of that decline surely is due to the rise of vaping. So tobacco companies, including Altria, which is the biggest shareholder in Juul, R.J. Reynolds, and British American Tobacco, are investing in e-cigarettes for sound business reasons. They see alternative nicotine delivery products as a way to offset the declines in their revenues and profits from combustible tobacco. Strange as it seems, their interests may be aligned with those who care about public health.
Huh.
So there's still a lot more of this, and I'm absolutely not going to read the whole thing because we have all sorts of other really cool shit to do. But it's on the media website, the Medium website. The link is in the show notes, and I don't know if Kevin may or may not have shared the link in the chat room.
Yeah.
It is yet
not only
one
did I share
more.
that,
You
I
did
shared
tell
Mark's
everybody to
stuff.
follow Mark, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, the Great Vape Debate is a great subsection of Medium. And Medium has not been the most friendly to us on their main. They've published anti-vaping pieces as well. But that subsection has been pretty well written and pretty accurate.
Are we going to talk about the bunghole?
The what?
Say the bunghole and say it taint so. Don't
Yes.
lick your lips when I say taint.
Never go ass to mouth. So I did call this in the show notes Stanton, Glans, Taint.
Because you have to.
Because I got to.
Anymore, it
I
doesn't
didn't.
matter.
I actually did not. I did not write this piece, and I wasn't the first person to brought up Taint. Brad Rodu did actually write a piece that is sort of a what's the word?
Vertical?
It's a different version. Well, Mark Gunther, who wrote that last piece, also had written a piece for Undark and Medium about Stanton Glans. And it was a pretty thorough and long piece. It is linked on the Rodu and Brad Rodu saying this is also the Great Vape Debate. And this is the piece from Mark Gunther, which is pretty, well, it's not super long, but, I really wanted to give the attention to Brad Rodu.
I just
So we're gonna go through Brad's.
This is one of his longer ones. He doesn't go this far usually, so he's got a little.
Well, because he's mad. He's mad as hell.
Oh, he's pissed.
And I would be too.
Well, yeah.
At no point, and like I said, we like Mark Gunther. I have to refill my drink here, Kevin, for a second.
Yeah, we like Mark.
We like Mark Gunther, and he's done some excellent pieces, but there were some problems with this particular piece on Glans, in specificity, and I don't know of ill intent or whether he omitted by it was an error of omission, but we want to get Brad on the show, so we're going to cover Brad's piece. This is sort of an emotional bribe. Everybody on Twitter, go tag Brad Rodu real quick. When is science fiction? When is science fiction? So, journalist Mark Gunther recently authored articles for Undark and Medium about the tainted science of Stanton Glans. It is evident that Gunther interviewed or corresponded with numerous Glans research critics. Gunther's sources include the author of this blog, Carl, who provided extensive documentation of Glans's questionable work. However, since Gunther fails to tell the whole story, I will provide the rest of it here. So the heading is fake heart attacks, and we've discussed the fake heart attacks thing, but the most important items in Gunther's article are his descriptions of Glans's flawed heart attack study that appeared in the Journal of American Heart Association, a work that was retracted 8 months after its publication in June of 2019. Gunther described that study and its repercussions in his Undark article as follows. When describing the second study published in 2019 in the Journal of the American Heart Association, Glans said it provided more evidence that e-cigarettes cause heart attacks. Critics pounced on what they called glaring flaws in the analysis. Some of the e-cigarette users had previously smoked, for example, muddying the correlation. Brad Rodu, a University of Louisville professor who has numerous and long-standing connections to the tobacco industry, dug into the raw data and found that at least 11 of the 38 heart attack victims cited in the Journal of American Heart Association study had suffered their heart attacks before they started vaping. Some as many as 10 years before. Glans was made aware of the temporality problem before publication because it was raised by a peer reviewer. The journal's editor subsequently realized. So Glans submitted the manuscript for this study, and during the peer review, somebody said, "Hey, did you notice that some of the people that you're pointing to as heart attack, that correlates to vaping or whatever, they actually had their heart attacks as many as 10 years before they started vaping, and it still got published." The editor said that he didn't know until it was pointed out again. So 16 tobacco researchers wrote to the journal editor asking for a retraction, and the Journal of the American Heart Association ultimately did just that, something it has done only a handful of times in its history. Its editor, though, was careful to state in the letter to Glans that the retraction notice is intentionally absent of any language suggesting scientific misconduct.
Well, of course it is.
So they retracted it, but then they wrote him the letter saying, "Hey, we're retracting it, but it's not your fault." Andrew Gilman, a professor.
I was just going to say it taint important.
Yeah. So Andrew Gilman, a professor of statistics at Columbia University, who followed the controversy on his blog, was unimpressed with Glans's response to the retraction, calling it anti-scientific. He wrote, "If someone points out an error in your work, you should correct the error and thank the person, not attack and try to salvage your position with procedural arguments," which is what he did.
It's exactly what he did.
Glans never admitted that he was wrong. And he said it was because somebody botched the numbers.
Oh,
Remember?
somebody.
Yeah, somebody. Gunther is correct. I had discovered that Glans deliberately deceived the journal's editors and readers by counting heart attacks before people had vaped. My comments on this appeared in a USA Today article by Jane O'Donnell on July 17th of 2019. O'Donnell wrote, however, when Rodu obtained the federal data, he found the majority of the 38 patients in study who had heart attacks had them before they started vaping by an average of 10 years earlier. In his letter to the editors dated July 11th, 2019, Rodu called Glans's findings false and invalid. Their analysis was an indefensible breach of any reasonable standard of research on association or causation. We urge you to take appropriate action on this article, including retraction. And he bolded it so that everybody would see that that's important. As noted, I publicly called for a retraction on July 17th of 2019, but Gunther credited the retraction to 16 tobacco researchers, linking to a letter they wrote to the journal editor on January 20th of 2020, a full year later.
Mm-hmm.
In the USA Today article, I also called for a federal investigation, and I followed up a year later with a full analysis of the fraudulent findings, which was published in the Journal of Addiction, discussed here. And he has a link to an outside website. Gunther correctly cited influential statistician Andrew Gelman. I had corresponded with Gelman in 2018 about Glans's woefully defective pediatric study, which also elicited a retraction demand from me here, and here, 4 different places. Gelman's account of our correspondence is here, and there's a link to every time I say here, it's actually a hypertext. 3 months before pediatrics retracted the study, Gelman ran the analysis of it that I had recommended to researchers worldwide on November of 2019. I want everybody to take note of this. Kevin, you'll find on my Twitter somewhere a few months ago where I was bashing Glans on a Tahir Turk tweet.
No.
And Tahir Turk claimed that Glans had only ever had one study retraction. In
I remember.
the first, 3 paragraphs of this thing that I'm reading, we have 2 already mentioned. 2 retractions already mentioned. I just want to point that out. That was sorry to get sidelined here, but I just want, if somebody wants to point out to TT that he's a fucking dummy and wrong, go forth and
I can
do that. I have to take a breath here. Anyway, it is Paul's best bud. In his Medium article, Gunther identifies a group of respected veterans of the anti-tobacco movement: Stephen Schroeder, Ken Warner, David Abrams. You're going to hear Warner's name later. David Abrams, Ray Nyora, and Dr. Michael Siegel. And he provided links to their university profiles. Later in the article, he attributes the JAHA retraction to other scholars, followed by a comment from me, who he characterized again, whose work has been supported by the tobacco industry. Gunther makes no mention of my 27 years of research into tobacco harm reduction and provides no link to my university website or webpage profiles. So I want to point out that Brad is pissed. Do you agree, Kevin? Brad is pissed.
Rightfully so.
And Brad is a little upset that he got brushed aside in this article. And again, the tobacco industry connection is being used as a weapon. And sort of he's getting discounted in the articles because in the past he may have worked for a tobacco company. I will point out the the response to the Nicotine Select Committee when Dr. Alex Wodek responded when asked the question about the FCTC 5B question about working for tobacco companies, and he points out that since the government taxes tobacco, that in a public health system, he was a doctor in the UK and in Australia, and therefore part of his payroll probably came from tobacco tax money. And then he also points out that the paid politicians that are paid by tax dollars probably got some of their payroll came from tobacco.
All the hypocrisy.
And again, I will point out, science doesn't care who paid the bill. Science, if it's done right, is fucking science. No. And I would be pissed off too if I was in this position. I don't discount the importance of Schroeder, Warner, Abrams, Nyora, and Siegel. All those guys I like.
Right.
Especially Ray Nyora and Michael Siegel. Dr. David Abrams, pretty smart guy. Would love to have any one of those three guys on this show. No problems. I actually, Ken Warner would also be interesting as well, because again, we're going to talk about him later in a minute. But anyway, so I think that Gunther probably did himself a disservice by going that route and mentioning twice in two different articles that Dr. Brad Rodew had worked for a tobacco company in the past, and making that
it's funded by
delineation,
right?
Or either way, accepted money from. Perhaps Gunther was influenced by the established anti-tobacco research and policy community, some of whom switched to support safer products only after e-cigarettes became popular. Gunther writes that they tolerated Glans's defective studies. Stan has always been an advocate and ideologue willing to twist the science, says David Abrams, a New York University professor and veteran tobacco researcher. He says that some scientists ignore flaws in his work when Glans focused on combustible tobacco because they, too, strongly opposed smoking. Frankly, none of us cared if he was a little bit sloppy with his research because the ends justified the means.
Ding.
I don't, David, I love you, man, but I don't like that at all.
It's unacceptable.
It is not acceptable.
It's unacceptable. So
this is
you're painting the ceiling and I'm painting the ceiling, and I got half of it done, and you finished your half, and then you look over and go, "Yeah, it's good enough. We're okay with that." No, it's not. Well, we only put 3 tires back on your car, sir. It'll be all right.
But he's admitting that when he was a tobacco controller,
right,
that he was so blindly ideological that they accepted the flaws in Stan's work because the ends justified the means.
Along with Dr. Rodew being pissed, there's an underlying issue, if anybody's not catching on yet, is that how many things have been sloppy because the research was justified because they don't like that. How many times have policies been put in place because nobody cares, it's a little sloppy, but we'll get what we want out of this? How many times have people been targeted because of those policies? How many times can he get away with it? His whole fucking career. That's how long. So where I'm taking over for a second, I never tolerated Glans's flaws and sloppy research, and he's published numerous comments in journals, forums, blog, blah. He's got Glans all over his blog, by the way, just in case you didn't know. Gunther mentions 2 examples, but did not acknowledge the active role I played in correcting Glans's record. Brad's been after him for a long time for a lot of things.
Yes. He's got a burr under his saddle, and he's going to fucking buck that and buck until that fucker gets
But wait,
thrown.
There's more. Fake Teen Gateway.
So Gunther's biggest error in his description of Glance's 2018 study in pediatrics, which also claimed that e-cigarette use encourages more young people to smoke, a gateway effect, but the alleged link between vaping and smoking disappeared when other teen behaviors such as using marijuana were taken into account. I replicated that study's analysis and proved that Glance's team had fabricated false results, which I described in detail in a letter to the editors that included a call for retraction that led to an extended exchange between Glans and pediatrics editors, with the latter going to great lengths to defend the flawed research.
Because the justifying of the means, right?
Yes. So the Helena miracle, Kevin.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember? Okay, so Gunther wrote the Helena miracle, in which Glans credited public smoking bans for a decrease in hospital admissions for heart attacks in the small Montana town. Gunther wrote the small sample size in Helena, 4 cases per month during the ban, compared to 7 beforehand, should have raised red flags. Random fluctuations could have explained the drop in hospital admissions. As I have told Gunther, bright red flags were raised by me in comments to the BMJ in 2004 and 2006. My analysis showed that the number of hospital admissions in Helena and other miracle localities was so small that the relevant question is whether the Helena report involves anything more than random variation. I attempted to reproduce Glance's tiny city reports by conducting analysis using statewide data. My study, published in 2011, was subsequently referenced by other researchers. I found that the rates of death due to heart attacks in states with smoking bans were no different than those in states with no ban, and that heart attacks had been declining everywhere for years. The last point is something Glans never took into account. In fact, he freeloaded his secondhand smoke heart attack results on the decades-long downward trend in heart attack rates.
So if it comes out the way I want it, we do it, and if it doesn't,
don't take into account that the fact that people, by and large, in the last 10, 20 years, have been living more healthier lives.
Of course, yeah.
We're more aware of the junk food and the unhealthy lifestyle. Obviously, we're still one of the fattest countries in the world, so that is not all encompassing, but we have better medicine now. So people that are hypertensive or high cholesterol get put on a statin or a blood pressure medicine before that becomes a problem. So yes, heart attacks are less now than 20 years ago.
Yep.
And that's not because of smoking. That's because we have better medicine. The fake softening of the smoking population. In 2015, Glans proclaimed in Tobacco Control that there is no public health basis for advising smokers that smokeless tobacco and e-cigarettes are safer cigarette alternatives because the smoking population in the U.S. was softening, becoming more likely to quit. Once again, I found that his analysis was seriously flawed as he failed to consider a number of other significant factors. My research group recreated his analysis and took into account the missing factors. We found that Glance's softening disappeared. We published our study in the Journal of Addiction, discussed here, and there's a link. Other Glans publication problems, and there's a list of places where Brad is got Glans in his crosshairs. There's youth smoking. There's falsely linked e-cigarettes to smoking, misrepresented IQOS studies to the FDA. Glans used complicated models to try to change the the NYTS National Youth Tobacco Survey data. Glans failed attempt to link teen smoking to cinematic smoking. Another e-cigarette gateway claim by Glans based on tiny numbers. Trace toxins in teens improperly blamed on e-cigarettes, and federal funds misspent on Glans's research. That one is a good one. I think everybody should read that one. Again, in your own time. Since 2006, the National Institutes of Health has funneled $51 million to Glans at the University of California, San Francisco. In addition to their flawed heart attack work, which may be viewed as research misconduct using federal funds, he published 300 other articles. I list above only the worst offenders and note my attempts to correct them. So I invite everyone, seriously, if you're not already like checking Brad daily, because he writes almost every day, Kevin, pretty regularly.
Quite frequently.
You will find lots of, even if you're not just looking for Glans, but if you want to look at other stuff, he's pretty on the ball. Pretty on the ball.
Hold on.
Oh, you changed your background, Kevin.
I'm going to.
Are you going to use the Victor share screen?
I'm going to. Yep, I'm going to use the Victor share screen.
Are you going to
the home of it?
Are you going to pre-rub it a little bit, or is that?
I did. The home of the. It's the home of the Victor share screen. So I rubbed it. So I looked quite some time ago under research integrity, misconduct. What Brad was Dr. Rodew. I shouldn't call him Brad. And I did briefly meet him in Ohio. So definition of research misconduct is the best I can find. This is the best I can find for the United States. And this is ORI, Office of Research Integrity. Mm-hmm. It defines it as misconduct. Research misconduct means fabrication, falsification, or plagiarism in proposing, performing, or reviewing research, or in reporting research results. Now, reporting research results, think about how many people have done that. Fabrication is making up data. Falsification is manipulating research materials, equipment, processes, or changing or omitting data. Imagine we just talked about that. Or results that research is not accurately represented in the research record. Plagiarism is obvious for most of us, but the appropriation of someone else's ideas like you do to me all the time. And then research misconduct, this is very important, everybody, does not include honest error or differences of opinion. This is a government agency saying differences of opinion. Oh, Patrick, you don't agree with me, so I can't really, we can't really make it misconduct because we just disagree.
Science, there's opinion. There is no such thing as opinion in science. Chugga, I did put the link in the chat room just because it was Chugga, but everything that we're talking about is all the links are already in the show notes.
Yeah.
It's on the Facebook post. Just saying. Kevin goofed up. It's Kevin's fault.
Right.
But I did put all of the links there.
The research integrity thing I can't find offhand as quickly as I wanted to, but that's the best I can
screenshot.
Yeah. The best I can find.
So apparently somebody decided to do some genetic research, Kevin, on nicotine and smoking, nicotine use and smoking. Mm-hmm. There's a couple of these companies out that you can pay like $100 and they'll send you like a swab kit that you can swab your mouth and put it in the thing and mail it back to them.
I'm not swabbing my taint just in case. Just saying, you swallow that all you like.
So, Kevin,
this is a pretty big study too.
Kevin, our people are usually like really good. So Tom is having problems finding which Mark Gunther. Did you not put the link to the exact profile in the chat room?
I did.
Or did you just say follow Mark Gunther?
No, I said, if I can find it. I got Brad.
I actually see it's right here. Boom.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Well, I put it on screen. I can't reshare it, but I can't copy and paste it. But it's that one.
Let me see here.
It's right above Mallory Gates' comment.
I can
in the
do
chat room. Yeah.
Is that him? Reporting on Bethesda, Maryland. Yeah, that's him.
That's him. Okay. Just checking.
I'll put it back in there.
Okay.
Since I
put it back in there for Tom. Tom can't scroll up and find it. You have to do it for him.
This taint funny.
This no taint stabbing is what Raj says.
Well,
Yeah. Anyhow, so anyway, there's these companies that you voluntarily send your DNA to, and for $100, they'll tell you where your ancestors are from. They have a massive database of DNA markers of people based on geographic location. But they've took it upon themselves to do other DNA analysis now. And this company, 23andMe, is doing analysis of people's genetics based on behavioral changes based on DNA markers. So let's look at this real quick. It says the use of electronic cigarettes or vaping is associated with several unhealthy behaviors and traits, particularly amongst young people, according to new data from 23andMe. But the data merely notes an association between vaping and those behaviors and traits. It's not an indication of causation. Unlike the long-established research that links smoking to cancer, disability, and death, there remains a dearth of data. Dearth. That's a word that you don't see very much. A dearth of data on the health effects of vaping. Some recent studies have linked vaping to deleterious effects of the lungs. And last year, a Stanford study has found an association between the risks of COVID-19 and vaping among young people. Scientists are still at the beginning of understanding the long-term health implications of e-cigarettes. At 23andMe, we've only collected data on vaping for about a year. In the summer of 2020, our researchers added new questions to our smoking survey to account for vaping and e-cigarette use. By looking at data we've gathered from more than 76,000 consumers or customers, who consented to participate in research and responded to our smoking survey, we were able to explore demographic and other characteristics of e-cigarette users. We were then able to compare people who vape to those who smoke just cigarettes, or who both smoke and vape, dual use, and those who don't smoke or vape at all. No, this is not a representative sample of the entire 23andMe population, nor is it representative of national numbers. The CDC estimates that 4.5% of adults in the United States vape. Among 23andMe research participants, it was only about 0.2%, or 19,000 individuals reported being regular e-cigarette users. The sample for this research is comprised only of respondents to our smoking survey.
So they did not extrapolate.
No, I'm going to skip what what is vaping or what are e-cigarettes. I think we all know what that is.
Just for those of you who need to know this, if you were a bank robber before DNA and you send your DNA in, they might catch you. So skip. I would never ever suggest. Never mind.
So it says here, in looking at our data, 23andMe researchers found that those between ages of 18 and 30 were more likely to vape.
No.
All you old people in the chat room, or me and Kevin, who are over 30, I think most of the people, I can almost guarantee, Kevin, that 100% of the people watching this show live or at this moment in our chat room are over 30.
I beg to differ. I say all the ladies are 21 and all the men are at least 45.
Well, I'm looking at
because I'm not as stupid as you are.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3.
That's it. Poke the bear. Go ahead.
Of the current 4.
You dig yourself out of the hole.
Females that are currently in the chat room on this screen that I'm looking at right now, I know all of them are over 30, Kevin. Raj says he's only 26. Okay, so one guy. And then there's a little chart. It says that cigarettes only, you range from somewhere between 30 and 60. Dual users are like 26 to 40 something. E-cigarette only people are from the 18 to 26 range, according to this, and then none. So anyway, not only were young people more likely to vape, but those younger users of e-cigarettes were also more likely to use them at a higher frequency. Essentially, they take more puffs each day than older people in the study who vape. These findings are in accordance with those of the CDC. So, I mean, I can give a hypothesis to that. I believe that younger people that vape are probably vaping lower nicotine levels and therefore vape more. I could be wrong, but I imagine most of the people in this chat room that I know what their nicotine levels are, except for Leanna. I know what her nicotine level is. I know that I know what Paul vapes. I know, I think I know what Skip vapes, and most of them are not low nicotine people. And most of the younger vapors I know vape 3 and 6, unless they're vaping nicotine salts, and then it's like 70. Yes, Richard's one of my people. He's vaping 36 milligrams. So yeah, I think that bears out my analysis there. Beyond being younger individuals who are dual users, they smoke and vape, come from locations with a slightly lower median household income when compared to cigarette-only users, e-cigarette-only users, and those that used none. So people that dual use are poor. Is that what I'm getting here? I mean that's what they're saying. Beyond being younger, individuals who are dual users, they smoke and vape, come from locations with a slightly lower median household income when compared to the cigarette-only users and the e-cigarette-only users.
Mm-hmm.
Lastly, when compared to the 4 use groups in regards to years of education, research participants that do not smoke or vape tend to have obtained the highest amount of education. Well, that's bullshit. I have 12 years of college. I know PhDs that vape. Charles vapes.
Yep.
And he's a PhD.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Farsalinos vapes.
Mm-hmm.
He's a doctor. They can go fuck themselves. Bullshit here, Kevin.
Oh, I got my drink sign back.
They called us stupid.
Well,
uneducated and poor.
Unsmart. I prefer unsmart.
I smart.
It's cute. It's
see Yolanda's also smart. She's got 6 years of college.
See,
David's Forsyth. He's got a bachelor and a master's. See, he's a smart fellow.
So he's got like 20 years, right?
I got 12 years of college.
This is a great way for the 23andMe blog to get more hits.
No, because our friend Skip Murray said that she's going to write a reply.
Oh, good.
Tom has a BSc in vape, and he vapes 12 milligrams. See, he's a Bachelor of Science. Mallory's got 4 years of college. See, I think we're a highly educated crowd.
I'm SPEEEI. Those are my initials.
See, Paul's over there saying he has 8 years of university and 15 years of college. That's college and university are the same thing, dummy. I just wanted to call Paul dummy.
Does that
come on, Tic Tac?
Does that? I was going to say, does that include his Tic Tac competitions at the college, or is that?
While we did not look specifically at health outcomes, we did look at various associations with unhealthy behavior and traits. We found associations between vaping and such things as being more likely to be stressed, depressed, and anxious compared to those who do not vape. People who vape also were more likely to be diagnosed with bipolar disorder.
Huh.
Fucking right. We also we saw associations between people who vape being more likely to report poor overall health, low life satisfaction, as well as being less likely to exercise and eat right.
So you're describing mostly at one point or another smokers who have become vapors. Is that what they're doing?
Kevin, do you have low life satisfaction?
Not really.
I'm pretty fucking happy with my
You
life.
complete me, Patrick. So there you go.
I mean, I got a good job. I got a good house. I got a good wife. I'm pretty fucking happy.
Yeah.
I don't have any wants or desires that I cannot meet. I don't understand these people at all. The 23andMe participants are so unhappy with their life that they have to put a swab in their mouth and send it off so they can figure out where their ancestors are from. They're so bored. I know where my people are from. So, like, I really never thought about questioning
this.
So,
this actually sounds more like a data mining.
This is one of those Stanton Glans
yeah.
meta-analyses. I mean, that's what this is. They're just looking at numbers on a spreadsheet and making percentiles based on responses to a survey. That's all this is. So I was trying to open this figure.
I couldn't either.
Let me see because part of it's cut off and I can't. Let's see what it says here. Yeah, so it doesn't even tell me what these responses are.
Yeah, I could.
Standardized effect estimate. So I don't even know what these responses are yes or no's to. So I can't even talk about that. So let's see. So people that environment-wide association between study of e-cigarette use in the 23andMe European consumer population. Top associated factors are listed on the left with the number of consumers who provided information on each factor in the parentheses. Oh, that's this. Okay. So, yeah. So they're basically saying that this is your odds ratio.
Right.
So if one and one are equal, so you have a 1.28% increase over. So this is nonsense, Kevin.
Go back up to that. The words. What did Dr. Gardner say? Depression, anxiety, bipolar. Those the top three.
I don't need 23andMe to tell me that. I mean, my knowledge of the people in the community that vape would have told me that to begin with. I mean, I know quite a lot of people that are in the vaping industry that were in treatment prior to that were felons that had drug felonies prior to. I know that my brain is fucked up and I have issues. I know Kevin definitely has issues. So, yeah, this is dummy science. This is not. I mean, again, I called this a Stanton Glans meta-analysis, but
style, right?
This is not a population wide. This is just the small. This is a subgroup of a very small subgroup of people that actually gave 23andMe money to analyze their patrilineal or matrilineal DNA. Is all this is.
What bothers me most is Dr. Farsalinos got, I'm rounding up 69,238 or something. It was 70,000 people that took the flavor survey. And these fuckers got 76,000 customers in the summer of 2020. How the fuck did they get 76,000 people? Assuming that it's worldwide, global, and they're that big. I don't know their company, but that's a pretty impressive freaking number. When we could only forcibly get 70,000 people begging to get 70. Yeah. So
now, this is Skip says that genealogy is a fascinating hobby and an interesting career. So this is not genealogy. This is DNA analysis. This is gene research. This is not like following family trees. This is you swab your mouth and you send it to them and you pay $100 and you have to select when you do this whether you want your matrilineal or patrilineal DNA. So they're gonna follow. They have a database of genes that fall within a certain geographical location. So, genealogy is family history. That's, you can talk to your grandmother or your grandfather, and they're going to tell you where their grandparents are, and you can find out. But 23andMe and what's the other one? There's another DNA company. I mean, of course, they're involved in the genealogy community, but this is more of a genetic research. This is not like a hobby thing. This is, obviously there are people that do that. But yeah, this is Ancestry.com, yes. Ancestry.com is the other place. Now, obviously, there's a subsection of Ancestry.com where you can type in your name, and they're going to find through public record what they can find for your family tree. But the DNA analysis that I'm familiar with 23andMe is, following where your geographic ancestry is. So anywho.
And they could do surveys. I like that.
And they charge $100 per line. You can buy 2 kits and do both. I know exactly where my ancestors are from on my mother's side. On my dad's side, I have no idea. My dad's mom was married like 9 times. I'm not even sure which one of those husbands was my actual dad's real dad. And I'm not interested in finding out. So, hey, there was a letter that was sent this week, Kevin.
What?
They were actually.
People still write letters, Patrick? What?
Yes.
I wonder, was it in cursive?
No, it was typed. The one that I'm talking about a letter. This is the letter, Kevin. This is the letter.
Which lane are you going to?
I'm going down a different lane than the original path. We're switching real quick. This is attorney generals from 31 states. So I'm going to do a share screen. I'm going to click on this button right here. Boom, blam. So this is a tweet. So I
love this tweet.
Well, so the Truth Initiative is congratulating that they're applauding the action of 31 attorney generals, including Josh Stein and Doug Peterson, on calling on FDA tobacco to regulate e-cigarettes and oral nicotine products by prohibit. You cannot regulate something by prohibiting it.
No.
For one thing, regulation is not prohibiting. Regulation is, creating rules that the companies that produce product to follow to produce the product, right? That's what regulation is.
Have it.
No, that is not regulation. That is prohibiting. So anyway, they wrote a letter. 31 attorney generals wrote a letter to the FDA, pretty much demanding that they ban flavors, that they and not only banning all fruity flavors, but even menthol, right? And limiting nicotine content.
Mm-hmm.
Marketing restrictions. What you can't vaping companies can't advertise.
Well, they are worried about the First Amendment, but right.
And then age verification. I can actually get on board with that part. I think that vape shops and
it's 21.
Swipe a fucking ID. Buy an ID swiper.
Like it
charge
not,
50 cents extra per transaction if you have to. I don't care.
There you go.
Fucking cover your ass, man. I mean, come on, man.
Hmm.
Silly
And
man.
eat lots of chocolate because I see Chris is still here.
I think he left and came back.
That's okay.
I think he left and came back.
He's like a repeat offender. Good.
Yeah. So, Josh Stein, he's one of the attorney generals. So,
He sounds important.
31 attorney generals did this. So, let me rub this a little bit. Rub. Okay. So it says here, Attorney General Josh Stein today co-led a coalition of 31 attorney generals urging the FDA to help stop the surge of young people getting addicted to nicotine by eliminating flavors in e-cigarettes and oral nicotine products that appeal to young people, limiting the amount of nicotine in products, and restricting marketing. Attorney General Stein is co-leading today's letter to the FDA with attorney generals of Idaho, Illinois, Nebraska, New York, and Tennessee. I'm doing everything in my power to protect North Carolina's young people from nicotine addiction, including our recent win against Juul that secured major business changes. But this problem is larger than any one company, and we need the FDA to step up and rein in the practices of the e-cigarette industry that hook our youth. So I think we covered like last week or the week before, Kevin, that we had conclusive evidence that it's easy for smokers to stop smoking and vape, and that it's easy for people that vape to reduce their nicotine and ultimately stop if they choose to do so.
Reduce and then eventually
exit. There was a scientific study, which I will bring back up on screen when I'm done with this, where the conclusion was the reason why there was no increased population burden of nicotine addiction in youth was because it's easier to quit vaping than it is to quit smoking.
Yeah.
So the scourge of nicotine addiction in youth is bullshit.
Yes.
And even our own personal stories, I'm sure that everybody in this chat room can remember when they were smokers. First thing you thought of when you got out of bed in the morning was, where's my damn pack of cigarettes?
I need my nicotine fix. Yeah.
Pretty close to the first thing. If, maybe some people go poop first, but, whatever. But as a vapor, I could go hours without getting even thinking about grabbing my mod. And, normally I got to go get coffee before I get my nicotine. Now, once I get the coffee, I might decide I want both, but caffeine is my priority now.
I was far more faithful to my nicotine and cigarette than I was taking a poop.
You're holding in too long, you might shoot yourself.
Just so you know.
So e-cigarettes and oral nicotine products have not received marketing authorization from the FDA as required by federal law, but people can still buy them because the FDA has not removed them from the market. The FDA is expected to decide whether these products should be allowed to remain on the market starting on September 9th, 2021. The attorney generals are urging the FDA to deny all marketing applications for products containing high levels of nicotine for products containing menthol or other flavors, including candy, mint, and fruit, which are responsible for attracting young people to e-cigarettes. 2020 data shows that 19.6% of high school students have used an e-cigarette in the last 30 days, with 38.9% of those reporting e-cigarette use on 20 or more days in the last 30 days, and 22.5% reporting daily use. The nicotine in these products is harmful, has harmful effects on the developing brain, which is bullshit.
Hey, Patrick.
I'm quoting Dr. Charles Gardner on that one. That's bullshit.
When did the law change for Tobacco 21? Wasn't it December 19th of 2019?
Federally? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. December, definitely. I think it was the 19th.
Yes.
So they've got 2020 data showing that kids, high school students, are still vaping at all. That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a leading.
So, and they actually have this really nice little letter that they sent via email and U.S. mail to Janet Woodcock, who they announced today would not be the permanent head of the FDA.
I poked her
When
too.
asked,
So upset.
The president was unable to say when or if. But look at all these signatures. Look at these: Idaho, Illinois, Nebraska, New York, North Carolina, Tennessee, Alaska, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, the District of Columbia, Guam, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, New Hampshire.
Nothing surprises me.
New Jersey signed. Oregon signed over New Jersey's. You see this? This woman can't even sign in the clear space.
Well, they're not.
New Mexico, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Puerto Rico, Rhode Island, Utah, Vermont, Washington, and Wisconsin. So, stupid shit like this, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
These guys are elected, respected, supposedly respected, legislators that should possibly maybe have a policy team in place that will guide them so that they don't say stupid shit.
Well, it is beyond 2020 now, so I can't really confirm or deny your statement.
So, that in itself kind of annoys me, but I did my tweet in response to the Truth Initiative tweet. So they're applauding the actions of 31 attorney generals for writing a letter. They're applauding them writing a letter. Okay.
That's because they prompted the letter.
So my thing is that is not something that should be applauded, because that's 31 attorney generals admitting to dereliction of duty. I use the dereliction word. Dereliction of duty, because the sale of tobacco products, including cigarettes and vape products, to minors is already illegal in all 50 states.
Ain't that neat?
And the attorney general is the top law enforcement officer of that state.
Huh.
Right?
So if somebody breaks the law,
if there are already laws in place
and you
that
haven't
would prevent this behavior,
and you haven't,
isn't it their duty to enforce those laws?
That's what I think it is. They get awfully pissy about other things.
I used dastardly earlier, Skip, when I was talking about I'm trying to decide when I'm going to be dastardly and do that thing that you don't want me to do.
No sucking up, Skip.
I already used the word dastardly. So their job is to actually enforce the laws and prosecute those that break them, not blame other agencies for their inaction.
Isn't
so
that what
if we have
Biden's woman did in California? What's her name? Wasn't she an attorney general?
Kamala Harris used to be the attorney general of California, yes.
Damn, I was right. I'll be damned. All right.
Kamala or
whatever her name is, I forget. It doesn't matter.
So this is 31 attorney generals basically saying you've appointed me or elected me for a job that I can't do.
Dear Robin Caval, thanks for pointing out that we don't do our job. We'll write a letter post haste. There you go.
Seriously.
That's what happened. I'm telling you. The heart, the cancer, the lung, the other body parts, fuckheads, or these idiots. And Matt had a blanket email, and they said, look, this is what you're going to do, and then you're going to admit you're an idiot. But they omitted that part. Errors and omissions. You need insurance for that.
I need to retort this, Kevin, with a video.
Which part?
So I'm going to share a video right now.
All right. I'm ready.
To retort to the one comment in there that says that nicotine damages developing brains. I have to find it.
That's why I'm so difficult. You know that.
What? You're difficult because you're a dumbass?
Well, no, it's affected my brain as an adolescent.
Oh, well, it's possible.
Well, that and hanging around you and Skip, I don't know, and Fig, and
Don't blame Skip.
All these other beautiful humans. Good night, Skip.
I'm waiting for her to leave so that we can show the thing.
Are you going to do the thing or show the thing?
I might show the thing. You never know. I'm just that mean. What is today?
Conundrum at the moment. Saturday to me. It was Friday.
I downloaded these videos to show.
Yeah.
And I can't remember where they went.
She didn't call you a turd that time.
She used bad word? Yeah, hold on, give me a second.
Hey, you got all cranky.
I'm
mean.
I'm just trying to be a patron of the arts.
Oh.
I'm just trying to be a patron of the arts.
Skip used the official drink word.
Which one of the official drink words?
The granddaddy one. So Mike says you're going to show the thing because your fans only account is going away. Not our thing. Skip's the. Oh.
Come on.
Which one are you looking for? The CG one or?
No, an Inco one.
Okay, so yeah. This is your brand.
And I downloaded 2 Inco videos from yesterday.
Yeah.
And
Anthony. I said Anthony. So Patrick's face is your brain on drugs.
Well, right now. Oh, here it is. I found it. Now, why wouldn't it show up earlier? Okay, so here, watch this.
So, my name is Charles Gardner. I'm the executive director of INCO. INCO is a nonprofit organization with 37 member organizations around the world, and we support the rights of 98 million adult ex-smokers who use safer nicotine alternatives in order to avoid toxic forms of tobacco. I'm a developmental neurobiologist by training. That means I studied how the brain develops. And I've spent 30 years of my career working in global health as a senior advisor to the World Health Organization, as an associate director at the Rockefeller Foundation, 10 years as a senior staff person in the US Department of Health and Human Services, including 5 years as the health attaché, as a diplomat in India.
Okay, so I have to pause this for a second. So we've already done a fundraiser. I'm cashing out the money from the t-shirt sales that I was originally going to use to buy Kevin a monitor, and I'm going to turn around and use that money to send Charles a better microphone like the one Kevin has, so that he will sound better for his show, because he's obviously using the laptop camera and the laptop microphone.
Did you hear his lineage?
I did. And
holy crap. We talked to this guy.
He's been on our show twice.
He actually talked to us.
So the next fundraiser that we were going to be doing, and we got a pretty good start on that because Skip had a brilliant idea how to raise money for CASA and how to raise money.
Yep.
So, we got to start on that, but now I want to buy him a new camera. It won't be a fancy. It'll be like this one here or the one over there on that other computer setup. It'll be a Logitech camera probably.
Yep.
So that when he does his safer nicotine superheroes videos, they're pretty awesome. The pile thing that I got Kevin is a good setup because it also comes in a hard plastic case that you can actually pack it up and carry it around with you. So
yes.
Yeah. Anyway,
That's my tribute to Mike.
Go buy more T-shirts so that we can buy him a microphone now, or not a microphone, a camera.
And so I have something to say about these issues. Speaking directly to the question of whether nicotine is harmful to developing brains. Now, the reason I'm talking about this is because my understanding is that there is a proposal in Norway, in your country, to raise the legal age for vaping to 25, while keeping the legal age for cigarettes at 18. That's something that I think nobody's going to understand. But
okay, let's go back here just like 10 seconds. So in Norway, there's a proposal to raise the age to vape to 25, but leave the age to smoke at 18.
Are they watching
Mario? That's on the Inco. It's on the Inco YouTube. I can't get you. The video, I believe, is the show notes. It's in the. Yes, it's in the Facebook post with this show, so you can find it there. All the links are there. So let's listen to this again.
In Norway, in your country, to raise the legal age for vaping to 25, while keeping the legal age for cigarettes at 18. That's something that I think nobody's going to understand. But the only rationale for this arbitrary age of 25 is an argument that has been made increasingly since the advent and the creation of e-cigarettes. So it goes back about 10 years, that nicotine harms developing brains. So let's address that. First of all, when I was getting my PhD, it was well understood that the brain stops developing at the age of 18, not 25. Somehow that's changed. But the fact is, the brain never stops developing. Even when you're 80 years old, it's still developing. There's no arbitrary point or cutoff where it just stops.
So there's a term, since I'm a neuro-certified therapist, I can actually use these terms. Neuroplasticity. There are a few medical conditions that actually reduce neuroplasticity, but that's only if you have those conditions. So yeah, anyway, keep going.
So somehow infantilizing young adults by saying that their brains are still developing up to the age of 25 has entered into the discourse in neurobiology after my time. That's fine. I'm okay with that. But the problem here is this. The argument or the claim that nicotine harms developing brains has absolutely no human evidence to back it up.
But mice, Kevin, mice.
And in fact, it has plenty of human evidence to the contrary. So, for example, in the United States, it's probably similar in your country. 1 out of every 3 adults living today is either a current or a former smoker, and almost all of them started smoking in their teens. There is no evidence. There's an absence of evidence that 1 out of 3, that would be 89 million American adults, have brain harms. They don't. Or we can go back to the 1940s when nearly 60% of American men smoked. There has been no decline in brain harms between 1940 and today, when only 14% of American men smoke. Now, the only remotely relevant studies have looked at human twins who smoked, who were when they were in their teens, And these studies have found that they had no difference in their school achievement, no difference in their academic scores or their grades. So where does this claim come from? It comes from studies in young rats. Okay, so the studies have found that a very high level in young rats causes changes. Now, changes are not necessarily harms, changes in the rat brain. Somehow, this finding, and I'm going to use hand gestures here, this finding of changes has morphed into harms in rats, has morphed into human harms, has morphed into an argument that nicotine is a brain toxin, all with no intervening evidence. Just an echo chamber of people saying that nicotine must be harmful. And let's go back to those poor young rats. It turns out the changes in rat brains are very comparable to the changes in young rats given caffeine. It's about the same. Further, with nicotine, unlike caffeine, the changes are reversible. So if you put this rat as it's aging into a cage with an exercise wheel, the changes reverse and they go back to as if the rat had never seen nicotine. This is very similar to studies that looked at rats and heroin or rats and cocaine. If you put them in an isolated steel cage and give them a lever to press, they'll press it to get those drugs. But if you put them in a larger cage with 15 other rats, males and females, and the same lever to get the drug, they'll groom each other, they'll eat, they'll feed, they'll occasionally
fuck,
press the lever.
Ding.
Not so much. A lot of what we understand or think we understand about rats and heroin, cocaine, nicotine, caffeine comes from extremely artificial environments. It's a bit like, watching a praying mantis will bite the head off of her mate after mating. But in nature, that almost never happens. It only happens if you stick the praying mantises in a glass jar and watch them. There is no human evidence that nicotine harms developing brains. There's overwhelming evidence that it does not. And thank you for your time. Hello.
So Patrick, what did Dr. Rudu say? Sloppy, or I'm sorry, I forget who that was. David Abrams.
Mm-hmm. Sloppy science.
Sloppy science. So sloppy science was interpreted.
Hey, there's a really smart guy smoking right there. Look at that. See, I did a Google search for smart people smoking.
I've got a whole freaking meme about that.
There's a JFK smoking a cigarette. He was okay, smart guy. There's Jimi Hendrix, and that's a cigarette. That's not the other. He's actually smoking a cigarette there. That's not the.
You ever seen a '60s NASA photo?
That's not a ganja. I don't call Bill Maher a smart person, so I'm not going to click on that picture. But you see that there's highly intelligent people that we respect and we think are very intelligent. Elon Musk, but he's not smoking a cigarette there. That's John Lennon is not a smart person. He's a good songwriter, but I wouldn't call him a genius.
All I know is Bill Clinton.
He's not a smart person either. Bill Gates, he's not very smart, but he's sneaky as hell.
Gates smoked?
Yeah, he's right there.
Oh, man.
So yeah, that whole thing that was dropped in that letter about developing brains, that just made me, I had the perfect opportunity to promote Charlie's video series on Inco. Feel like Inco doesn't get any attention. Gates stole DOS. He stole the design for the mouse. He stole there's so much stuff that he stole. It's not even ridiculous. He's standing on the backs of his friends. He fucked his friends over is basically what he did. Between I don't want to go off into a techie, who fucked over who the worst discussion, but the Apple guy and the Microsoft guy fucked their friends over pretty bad. Pretty bad. There was 2 videos that Charlie posted this week on the Inco site. And the other one is just to basically put an exclamation mark on the do flavor bans work discussion, because we already know that flavor bans don't work, and specifically they actually cause people to smoke. So let's play that one real quick too. It's 4 minutes, but we may stop and chat during it. So
my name is Charles Gardner. I'm the executive director of Inco. Inco is a nonprofit organization that supports the rights of 98 million adults worldwide who use safer nicotine to avoid toxic forms of tobacco. I want to address the issue of flavor bans, specifically with one safer nicotine alternative, which we often call e-cigarettes or nicotine vapes. No flavor ban for these products should be considered without first conducting a careful health impact study. How many fewer teens will vape if this ban is passed? How many teen vapors will switch to smoking if such a ban is passed? And here, thankfully, we have some peer-reviewed scientific evidence that has no tobacco ties, not funded by big tobacco, independent research, and we have a natural experiment. When San Francisco, a city in California, banned flavors in 2018, high school smoking in San Francisco doubled by 2019, but teen smoking continued to decline in all of the surrounding school districts. There's evidence also that when Washington State, Rhode Island, New York, and Nova Scotia in Canada banned e-cigarette flavors, overall cigarette sales increased 5 to 8%. How many teens who vape will switch to smoking if you ban flavors? Next, how many adults who vape, which is most of the people who are frequent vapors who actually buy the things and own the things, will relapse to smoking if you ban flavors? My own survey of advocates who are actually energized about these products shows that 12% of them will relapse to smoking. Now, there are 11 million vapors in the United States. 12% of 11 million is a lot of people. There are 2.3 million vapors in the UK. That's a lot of people. There are 7.5 million vapors in the EU who have quit smoking. That would be 12% of that would be a lot. But we have actually now much better data that has come out of George Washington University, researchers who are not slackers, they're good researchers, and who are not paid by big tobacco. What they found, not just looking at advocates, is in the general population in the United States. For those who are vaping age 18 to 34, so we're talking about young adults, 33% of them will switch to smoking if flavors are banned.
We just talked about that. Kevin. Isn't it awesome when like we think of something or share something or tweet something and then it ends up in Charlie's mouth? That's pretty cool.
1 out of 3 young adults will switch from a lower harm product, which is potentially at least 95% safer than smoking, to a deadly product if you ban flavors. And finally, this careful health impact assessment needs to ask how many fewer smokers will quit. Because we know from peer-reviewed evidence that these fruit and dessert and candy flavors are 2.3 times more effective for smoking cessation than tobacco flavor. In fact, forcing ex-smokers to vape tobacco flavor is morally and ethically equivalent to forcing recovering alcoholics to drink rum-flavored sodas. No one would do that. No sane, reasonable, rational, kind person would do that. Almost every adult who is vaping nicotine is an ex-smoker because of these products. And forcing them to shift back to tobacco flavor, which is the very thing they've been trying to avoid, is possibly not a good idea. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time.
I'll say it, idiotic. He said not a good idea. I say idiotic. I don't think he would mind that. He said, I'm a better scientist than scientists are.
So Leanna says that she just emailed Teespring. Why are you emailing Teespring? What's going on? What am I missing?
Above, she ordered some shirts, and all they gave her was the PayPal receipt. They didn't give her any tracking or anything. She ordered like 1,000 T-shirts, and she wants a tracking number, and that's not.
Well, right. I already cashed out the money, so you screwed. That's
not true. He's lying. Hey.
Actually, I will say that if I log into Teespring, if you created a Teespring account when you ordered your shirts, all of your purchases are there, and you can get the tracking from there. That's how I track them.
What I'm thinking is that we ought to have like a 3-minute break to manicure our tails real quick. No, okay.
You want to wipe your ass? What?
No, if we're rats.
Oh.
He was pretty pissed off on that.
Here's something that I didn't know about the mice and the rats that they use in scientific experimentation. Mm-hmm. They're not natural rats or mice. Did you know that?
They're bred.
They're genetically
altered.
There's a certain they're not altered. They're bred.
Yeah.
To like we do selective breeding. So that you can, if you're a scientist in America, for example, and you're conducting science, and another scientist in China or some other country wants to replicate your experiment, and they order lab rats or mice, they are selectively bred to be almost genetically identical to each other.
The only reason I knew that and you didn't is because my uncle's brother was a lab rat guy.
So my thing is that in the human population, for example, and even in any other natural environment, you have biodiversity. So my genetics and your genetics are not identical, and all the humans on the planet are not identical. So therefore, when you're performing science, when you're conducting a scientific, experiments, you can't get a good gauge of how something is going to affect individuals based on how it has affected one or a series or set of genetically identical rats, for example.
Plus, I got a bigger tail than you do, so it doesn't matter. We're not the same.
It's not the tail that counts, my friend.
Oh. It's really strange how they can morph the lie into a bigger lie. That's all.
Yeah. But, there are scientists and public health people that are finally using their brains, Kevin.
Well, if they're not, we have a list. We got a very extensive list.
Well, this week in the publication of the American Public Health Association, a very very long list of authors of respected people published a letter to the journal. And now I've seen people characterize this as a peer-reviewed scientific study. It is not a peer-reviewed scientific study. This is not a scientific study. This is a comprehensive analysis of science. It's a review. And, by its nature, reviews are criticized. For example, the Public Health England thing, the nicotine without smoke is a comprehensive review. It is not a scientific study. They didn't do any actual work. They did work. They read a bunch of stuff and compared and contrasted and used their brains to extrapolate end results. But the piece here is called Balancing Consideration of the Risks and Benefits of E-Cigarettes. And one of the guys that was mentioned repeatedly in that, well, two of the guys that were in the not Carl Phillips, the Brad Rodu piece are actually written here. Ray Nyora and Kenneth Warner were both mentioned in there, as well as Michael Siegel, who is not here. I don't remember if Robert West was on that list. I don't think he was. So basically, this is about the topic of e-cigarettes and the controversy. Opponents focus on e-cigarette risks to young people, while supporters emphasize the potential for e-cigarettes to assist smokers in quitting smoking. Most U.S. health organizations, media coverage, and policymakers have focused primarily on the risks to use. Because of their messaging, much of the public, including most smokers, now consider e-cigarette use as dangerous or more dangerous than smoking. By contrast, the National Academies of Science and Engineering and Medicine, we've talked about NASM many times. Even when Charles was on the show, we talked about NASM. Concluded that e-cigarette use is likely far less hazardous than smoking. Policies intended to reduce adolescent vaping may also reduce adult smokers' use of e-cigarettes in quit attempts. Because evidence indicates that e-cigarette use can increase the odds of quitting smoking, many scientists, including this essay's authors, encourage the health community, media, and policymakers to more carefully weigh vaping's potential to reduce adult smoking attributed mortality. We review the health risks of e-cigarette use, the likelihood that vaping increases smoking cessation, concerns about youth vaping, and the need to balance valid concerns about risks to use with the potential benefits of increasing adult smoking cessation. Now, I had difficulty actually early on opening this because it's round robin, right? So the PDF is here, though.
Ta-da.
And it actually let me open it. Yesterday, it would not let me open this at all on my phone. I kept saying it kept telling me that I could not. Yeah. So where do we? Well,
So,
Mike, we already got the Victor share screen. Kevin.
been on Smoke Free Radio. I couldn't find the T-shirt. He was asking where, which is the T-shirts. I could not see.
Oh, if you scroll down, you'll see my T-shirts on the actual Facebook page. They're on Teespring. I will find you a link. But Kevin, what? I mean, we're not going to sit here and read this. It's 12 pages.
Thank God.
It's
Everybody
12
should.
pages,
It's in the
essentially it's 12 pages, and some of the 15 or 16 authors, 16, 15. I think 15 of them. Yeah. So 14 of them were past presidents of that dreaded evil organization that won't let people appear that they don't agree with, that we've talked about in the past.
Ruth Malone was really happy about that. Yep.
Yeah.
I think her ass must be hurting from sitting on that fence. What? I'm sorry. What did you say?
I am not talking about Ruth Malone's ass, my friend. I'm not doing it.
Here's what I know. Everybody in this chat room has probably at least read this twice. My assumption. Go read it. It is in the chat room. I'm gonna link it again just because I want you to see it, and then I'm gonna link the PDF just in case you missed it.
Yeah, I actually, when I was having trouble opening the link of the actual document, somebody said, "Well, just read the article that is about the document." And I'm like, "No, I want to read the fucking document." And the article, there is an article in Filter by Alex Norcia, which is a good read, but I just prefer to actually read the stuff for myself. That way I can analyze it myself. Read the article by Alex, obviously. At some point, Alex will be on the show, even though he's blown us off repeatedly. And I'm actually now I'm not so eager to have him on. I'm going to make him wait now.
Well, I did it backwards.
They're in the what did you do backwards?
I did the link, I did the PDF, and now I'm going to do Alex's.
Yeah. And I did just throw the link to the Son of Liberty Teespring store in the chat room for the people that want either t-shirts or coffee mugs.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Liana, and everybody else that's already done so. And
yes.
She did get auto support.
Bucky bought a whole bunch of t-shirts. Victor bought a bunch of t-shirts. A couple other people bought t-shirts. I will say this. I ordered the all-over print, the plaid one for myself. I only designed them for myself anyway. But if somebody wants to order those, make sure you order a size up.
Yep.
So if you wear a 2X, get the 3X because it's, snug.
So this was a very, very,
and the Smoking Kills t-shirt obviously is also an all over print. I have one of those here and I don't know what I did with it. So Kevin,
what?
I interrupted you. What were you saying?
This is a very, very, very huge report. This is now. Remember, we're following.
I absolutely disagree with you completely.
Do you? Okay.
I think it's good.
Yeah.
I think it's great that we've got these 14 or 15 or whatever number really respected but retired.
Yes.
People. Mm-hmm. In the grand scheme of things, will this sway FDA? No.
No.
Will this change Bloomberg? No. Will this letter that is being heralded in our circles get into the public zeitgeist and change people's opinions?
No.
No.
What it can do, when it's coupled with Cliff Douglas's letter himself, when you go to your local person at your local, spit and shop bullshit story courthouse, and you say, "Yeah, I know what the Lung Association says. Look at what these people say. These people are actually."
I absolutely don't even think that will make a difference at all either.
Not locally.
Think about this. In the Australian hearings,
well, that's true.
In the Australian hearings, we had the head, not we, but they had the retired head of the WHO's health division.
Mm-hmm.
testifying that the WHO was wrong in their attacks against vaping.
Yep.
And all they did was question whether or not he was a disgruntled ex-employee.
Good point.
I mean,
good point. Yeah.
I again, this if this had happened 2 years ago, and it had time to build steam,
right?
You know, Cliff Douglas and Cliff won't come on the show.
Right.
I still love him. I still think that his manifesto is amazing. It's a great read. But I don't think, I mean, all these guys, they're not the current head of the Truth or the, organization.
Body parts.
I just feel like, they're going to do the same thing that they did to that poor guy that was the head of the WHO's medicine division, medical division. And I'm sure he's actually a New Zealander. He's a Kiwi. I'm sure somebody will remember his name. Testified in the Senate Select Committee on Nicotine in Australia, and they're like, "Well, you don't work for the WHO anymore. Did you get fired?" Like they were trying to portray him as a disgruntled employee. And I think that just like that lady wrote in the Beagle Hole. Yes, that's the guy. In the piece that we just read from the Great Vape War, where they found the email from the woman who couldn't retort about open science.
Yeah. They're
going to hire a PR firm to twist this or to whitewash over this. And we have 2 weeks, literally, maybe 3 weeks until doomsday.
We'll give it 3. It's not, but yeah.
So I love the letter. I sat here and read all 14 pages. Well, I didn't read the bibliography at the end, but you understand what I'm saying. I just don't think that. I think it's too little, too late. And
so was Cliff's. Yeah.
Why
now?
Yeah. One of these days, maybe Cliff will come on the show and we can ask him that. But I feel like it's a great letter, but is it going to change? Is it going to change? What's the guy's name? The Indian guy. No.
Oh, Raja.
Zeller has no authority to change anything.
He walks around looking important though, doesn't he?
Is it gonna Krishnamurthy? Is it gonna change his opinion? Is it gonna sway him? No. Is it gonna make Matthew Myers go, you know what? I've been doing this wrong for the last 20 years. No.
Because their law is the date, and that's that. They don't care.
Yeah. And the FDA literally can't change the law. They have to enforce the law as it's written.
And then Mitch has to go like this. I don't know what to do. My hands are tied.
I mean, literally, if you listen to the, I have he was on an audio podcast. Zeller was on a podcast like last year. It was a nursing podcast, and he was talking about vaping, and he reiterated all of the same stuff that he's always said. If everybody in America that smoked would quit smoking and start vaping, it would be awesome for public health. Like he understands it, but by law, his job is to deal with the laws that are on his plate. He can't change the laws. So the only way that we can make any headway is to change the law, and we've never had the money to be able to compete with the lobbyists for the people that we're fighting against. So a lovely letter. I'm glad that they wrote it, but I don't think that it's some magic silver bullet that's going to change the future.
No, silver bullet, no. Great ammunition, though. I've already asked.
You got to start picking your targets. Then, if you've only got one magic bullet, where are you going to use it?
I asked about Jerry if he'd tweeted it yet, and who, Ruth and the other usual criminals. But the CDC director, and then I did the FDA, and then after I did it, I saw that Biden wasn't going to keep her, so it didn't matter. But I was a little pissed about that.
Well, but Janet Woodcock doesn't even have the authority to change anything.
No, I know that, but I'm poking her in the ass. I just want to make her fucking get it. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, so literally, we should be sending this. We should be tagging every politician in America.
That's Monday. So for a decade, there's history of silence. This is one of my little tweets. Opposition, opinions, studies, tweets, papers, and names who hyped and exaggerated baseless claims about vaping and are still protecting cigarette market. And I stole that from the rodent, but that's what they're doing. And now you have 15 people that are former presidents of this SNRT or SRNT, whichever.
Well, I mean, SRNT, this might actually make SRNT open their eyes and start allowing the science.
You think?
But, right. I mean, so literally, that's really the only positive thing that I can say has a possibility of occurring.
There's a broader picture to that, though. Why is what you're saying right, and why are these 15 people wrong, Mr. Expert, whoever that may be? And that's one more piece of information that you can go, you know what, you're a dumbass, or you can prove yourselves right.
Well, but we've already had the ex-president of the American Lung Association come out and say, well, vaping is actually really good for people and people should do that. And that didn't do anything because they just said, well, you're not important anymore because you're not the president anymore.
You're making Skip all happy and giddy over there.
Did I say something positive? Oh, the SRNT thing. Yeah, maybe that'll cause SRNT to actually rethink their stupid decision about gatekeeping science, but
do science, yeah. So there's another part to that though. When one of the tweets I sent you, the screenshots I sent you, there's more people than I thought because you control the way you want to, and I'm going to do it the way I want to. I looked up the study link, and then I looked up the PDF link on Twitter. I want to see who's tweeting it or talking about it. So I found these two young ladies that were tweeting about it. So the younger tobacco control groups are going, hey, hang on a minute. Now I got to do something more because of Skip trying to poke me in the butt myself. She's talking about flipping people off. I don't know.
She's going to let Mark take a picture of her while she's sleeping. That she's going to be flipping the bird.
Now that ought to be good.
See, I had almost forgotten about that. I had that had totally slipped my mind. I have to get that open on my. I have to get that open on my screen so that I can get ready to do that.
So you've got Public Health England. You got all these things that have been out, and they've been out, and that didn't deter. So I agree with your disagreement with me on one hand, but it's still more fodder for the people who are going to continue to say no. Well, wait a minute. Here's another fresh one. So it happens. Skip sleeps with her finger up.
I just, Kevin, we already have so much fodder.
I know.
That I mean, we've been saying that we have the science on our side. We've had the science on our side. And it's never worked. No. This is just one more thing that, like I said, if we'd had this 2 years ago, that we could have rallied around this and got everything lined up and picked out our targets properly. This might have been something, but yeah, I mean, I saw Skip say yes. Monday we're going to start tweeting to all the politicians. Right. Why do we got to wait till Monday?
Well, they don't give a shit, and then, their interns will be. Either way, I'm walking with my nose up and tits out. That's what I'm doing. Nudo. Period. I don't give a shit about your ass opinions.
Sorry, I just feel like I need to make everybody kind of be realistic in this situation.
That's why we're here.
You know,
can't
does
find my Nudo
does this change the doomsday that I feel like is going to occur on September 9th? No.
What? Uh-oh, Janice wants to know if I get a quiet sign or not. See?
No.
He said no.
We have a louder sign.
Oh, she said she's going to unplug me.
Well, at least she's not going to plug you.
She's so mean.
Plug you. So there was one thing, and I can't remember what article it was now. It was an Alex Norcia piece, but it led me to go to the FDA's website.
What?
And it was a complete sort of like history of what, you know, what's going on with vaping, with e-cigarettes. So I went over here, and there's this tab that says tobacco products, right? Boom. So I click on that tobacco product thing, and I scroll down, and you know, there's obviously this is the new norm. We're going to be getting these refuse to file letters, right? That's going to be happening. This one, you know, FDA warns e-cigarette company to remove 15 million products that they had listed. I got an email from one of the old school companies that I bought e-liquid from years ago that thought that they were going to be able to fly under the radar and sell without actually doing anything, and they got a letter, so that they had to pull their website down. So I'm trying to remember what did I click on to get it? Maybe it was this. So yeah, it was this. So this is the list, which is 0. There's a list of deemed new tobacco products with timely applications. And this is a history of, right? This is starting with new tobacco product. This goes back to February of 2007 for the grandfather date. Yada yada yada. Consistent with court order application, pre-market debut, certain tobacco products, blah blah blah, for companies that submitted timely applications by September 9th of 2020. FDA generally intends to continue to defer enforcement for up to 1 year pending review, which is September 9th of 2021, unless there's a negative action already taken by the FDA. So we already know they one company had 4.5 million products. Some of those applications were refused to file. Not all of them. The headline says 4.5 million products were denied, but that's not true. Some of those products actually did not get removed. But the fact of the matter is, those products have to stay off the market now. Like, he had to pull all of those products off the market that didn't get filed, that they got RTFs for, until they get an approval now.
Yep.
So if my prediction is accurate, Kevin,
three shows from now we'll be talking about it. Yep.
If my prediction is accurate on September 9th of 2021,
yep,
if they have not sent you we have filed your application,
right?
Which I don't think that they can do. Like, they literally can't, on a case by case, and the judge's order says a rare case by case basis. They cannot put in place a policy of, we're going to let everybody that that submitted a PMTA stay on the market until we approve or disapprove their application. They cannot do that. It has to be rare and case by case. That there's going to be a lot of people on September 9th, 2021 that have to pull their products from the market until they receive an approval. I mean, am I the only one that's getting that? I mean,
No. You're all done. That's it.
So, and they've already said they're going to prioritize the biggest players first, the products that have the biggest market share first.
Yeah.
So, I wasn't smiling about that. I was smiling about what Skip just said. She called me a big meanie.
She called you a turd earlier.
She did call me a turd. She did call me a turd.
It looked like she was calling me a turd. Then she called me a turd later.
So, yeah, I mean, it is pretty bleak as far as I'm concerned.
Well, part of the problem is that everybody's had a oh shit, we got another year. Oh shit.
But they didn't realize that according to the court documents, that 1 year started September 9th of 2020. Not 1 year from from 2021, 1 year from September 9, 2020.
Right. Pandemic be damned. Anything be damned. Nothing.
Well, the judge, I mean, FDA did approach the judge to get an extension during the pandemic, and the judge said no.
Cigar industry got it. We did not.
So as far as I'm concerned, I think on September 9th, and David's right, Juul, Enjoy, Views, the Swisher product, I can't remember what they're called, the AES. The AES product, their letter, they've already what's the word? They've been moved to substantive review as far as from what I understand. Those are the most complete PMTAs that I'm aware of.
Right.
Now, I know for a fact that most of the PMTAs from the open industry are not even completed PMTAs. They haven't submitted their testing. They haven't done all that other stuff. So on that alone, FDA can't approve their PMTAs by the deadline because the science hasn't been submitted yet. So, yeah, scientific review. So it just seems to me like they have no alternative but to tell everybody, hey, you can't sell your product anymore until you've been approved. And none of these people can remain spending money, can continue spending money on their PMTAs if they can't sell product.
Right. So
most of these small companies are hand to mouth.
What our last guest said in 2014 is correct.
Yeah.
His
the die has been cast, whatever, he has a spiel that he says that I can't verbatim it, but yeah, like
the only thing left is going to be the big tobacco product.
Yeah.
That's basically what it is.
And that also goes back to the initial assessment from the financial impact analysis statement from 2014 when they released the ANPRM, or they opened the ANPRM for the deeming in the first place. And they said, we expect 99.9% of the industry to exit. That was, quietly released the day after that's a 45-page analysis, financial analysis that was quietly released the day after the ANPRM for the deeming was opened in 2014. So
the Office of Budget and Management.
No.
Well, that's a different one.
That was the FDA's financial impact analysis. OMB happened twice after that. There were two different OMB IARA. I can't even OMB OIRA.
You're right, and I won't say that out loud so anybody else could hear me admit it, but you're right.
I mean, and even if FDA does like some sort of like we're not going to enforce.
Magic? Well, they might like Patrick's application better than me because whatever, and they might maybe.
And the extension. See, David's in the chat room, and I am not going to say no to that, but by the black and white, any extension that would have been granted would have had to occur within that 1 year period.
Right.
There cannot be any extension beyond that 1 year period.
Which was reduced.
So
by
yeah.
a year, wasn't it?
So if you received a deficiency letter during that 1 year period and you filed all that stuff and the plan to correct and so forth and so on, you would get an extension during that 1 year period. But afterwards, no, I don't believe that, and it's pretty black and white in the actual documents and the court decision. So if you had received a deficiency letter during that 1 year period, technically you were supposed to stop selling that product until you correct it. But you could do a plan of correction and submit it and get that. But the enforcement discretion is defined in the court decision as a singular, rare, and case-by-case basis. So they cannot put a blanket policy in place that covers everything.
Now, what that means is the singular case-by-case basis is don't come back into my courtroom where you're going to make Matt Myers show up because some chuckleluck wants to have a special, consideration. That's what that means.
I mean,
That's
the judge
exactly
was very inflammatory when he was discussing that.
You don't like none of you fuckers. None of you. You don't like anybody.
So
And that's okay. He's allowed. He's probably tired of hearing it.
yeah, I read the entire thing last week, before last week's show. I read the entire decision by the judge, and he was not kind at all to FDA, and he was not kind to the vaping industry in general. Like the last paragraph of that thing, he's like, "You've had all this time to submit these applications, and you haven't done so. So I don't have any sympathy." I'm paraphrasing, but I don't have any sympathy for the vaping industry. Blah blah blah. Like he was fairly, bleh. And yeah, the marketing, according to the original deeming, the original language in the deeming, you do have to stop marketing your product after 1 year if your application has not been approved. Period. It's in the statute. It's black and white. But yeah, in the actual deeming itself, the original deeming documents, it specifically says they have 1 year to approve or disapprove your application, and you can only remain on the market for that 1 year period. So, I don't know if people have been around long enough or have a selective memory, but that is in the actual deeming itself. There is no extension of that in the deeming. You have 1 year for scientific review while your application is being processed. You can stay on the market, but after 1 year, you have to remove. That's what it says. So, yeah, am I happy about it? No, but I told everybody like a year before what's the word? Before Fig like cut down his line. Like when Fig was on the show 2 or 3 years ago, and we were discussing, and I was like, he's like, well, we don't know exactly what we're supposed to test for, and blah blah blah. And I'm like, look at a tobacco PMTA and look and see what they test for, and just start testing. And I was like, he said, well, we're going to pare down our list, blah blah blah. And then he decided it wasn't cost effective for him, but there were opportunities for people to sort of look ahead and try to pick out what would be the best things to test for. And they should, I mean, they could have missed something and had to go back and test for that one more thing or whatever. But, you know, there were, I mean, you didn't see Juul or these other big, huge companies that have done a PMTA before not know how to do a PMTA. They had their shit done. They had their entire PMTAs done on time. So, yeah, I'm pissed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pissed, but yeah, it's pretty apparent to me. The enforcement discretion, the judge says right there in the paperwork, has to be rare, or he says singular, comma, rare, and case by case, specifically in there, and that it cannot be a blanket policy. So it's not nice. It's not nice, and we're fucked. I mean, government, and even if, like I said, even if the FDA were to like I said a while ago, and I've said it before, if FDA were to sort of try to skate by and let people stay on the market, like huge groups of businesses on the market, those people that sued the FDA aren't going to stand by and let that happen.
No.
Like they're applauding 31 attorney generals writing a letter to the FDA to ban all flavors. So do you think if they have a court decision in hand that they're going to stand by? No, they're going to go to the fucking judge and say, Judge, you said specifically right here, rare and case by case, and they're letting thousands and thousands and thousands of PMTAs skate by. No, that's that.
Mrs. Johnson's vape shop's still open. Idiotic.
Fuck all those small business people. That's what they're going to say.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to do everything that we can do to help people.
Yeah.
You know, I know people that are in this chat room that have fairly large stocks of nicotine. And we're going to fucking fly the pirate flag. We're going to do everything necessary to save smokers. And hopefully some of these people that are international businesses will be able to still manufacture in the United States for export. Yep. And still keep their doors open while FDA is doing their American applications.
So is that if I'm a manufacturer and I export it out and then bring it back in, is that called reporting? What is that?
So
you got a smile out of him.
So, for example, there's nothing in that documentation that prevents a consumer from buying from out of country.
Right. But
the problem is finding a shipping company because of the PACT Act. You know, Dimitri and I we both covered this individually. We found the loophole that would allow international shipments into the United States, but then the PACT Act happened. The PACT Act happened, and now we can't find hardly anybody who will ship into the United States now.
Well, it could say gun oil, I guess, but it'll happen.
Well, I ordered from Greece last Saturday. I ordered the what's it called? The Vape Snell for the billet box, which is a rebuildable atomizer tank sort of thing from Greece.
All right.
And it came DHL.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I actually know a hardware manufacturer in the States that has created and designed an atomizer similar to this that goes inside of a billet box, and he shipped his DHL and they all got seized this week and returned.
Yeah.
So there's going to be
an influx
some Some are going to get through and some aren't.
Right. Sex toys, gun oil, electronic parts, whatever it is. Yeah. And you're going to take your chance on that. And then who's going to refund what?
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, David says, my stepsons are at RightVape, only did the vanilla custard tobacco and are deep into the process, HPHCs, total breakdown of chemicals, etc., but still need to complete stability testing and use and perception studies. $500,000 to go. So $1 million invested in PMTA should be grounds for appeal to complete.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to prevent you from completing. They're just going to prevent you from selling while you complete.
Wasn't the estimate like $2.5 million per SKU or something? I forget. It was substantial, $4 million or something.
I mean, initially, Greg was saying anywhere between $500,000 and $10 million.
Okay, maybe that's what I was.
But I know for a fact that there are e-liquid companies that have spent more than that.
Yeah.
And I know for a fact that Juul spent $21 million on theirs. And I know for a fact that AES spent somewhere around $10 million on theirs. So, and God knows how much the RAI, the Reynolds, spent on theirs, and what Altria has spent or Fontum has spent on Blue, and what Altria has spent on IQOS.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, millions and millions and millions of dollars, but they got deep pockets. So if something happens and they say your PMTA hasn't been approved, so you have to pull the Views or the Mark 10 or whatever, I don't know what their products are called anymore.
Right,
I know
whichever.
that they rejiggered their names.
They're not going
to bat an eye. They're not going to bat an eye and say, okay, well, we'll stop selling them. We'll still work on our PMTA, and we can sell cancer steaks and make money while we're doing that. But the small mom and pop and the independent vape companies can't do that.
Yeah. And that's what pisses me off.
Yes, it's ridiculous. I mean, this system is designed to prevent innovation and the upstart bootstrappers that have been busting ass.
Mm-hmm.
But it's, I mean,
like
if everything is black and fucking white, and I mean, I've got nicotine in the freezer right here beside me. I've got enough to last me years.
Yeah.
That doesn't help me mass convert people. That's going to eventually go away. So,
and what's left is going to have to do that. Like Skip said, who's going to get to the rural areas? Well, Views,
Juul, Mark 10,
yeah.
Blue,
So
Enjoy.
So yeah,
I don't have it. I love Enjoy. That I don't have a problem with him. Enjoy King was a fucking bomb little e-cigarette at the time.
Never had.
I had one here in the Vape Museum. I don't know what I did with it. I know I have an Enjoy Daily over there, which is the blue one, but
so yeah,
not blue BLU, but like actual blue BLUE.
Yeah.
Julie Wassner, I was at an event years ago, and Julie she had one of those Enjoy Dailies, and it was like a blackberry flavor. It was pretty damn good little thing. So yeah,
it was like 140.
No
nicotine.
No, the Juuls, the Enjoys were never that. They never did that. No,
I figured she modified it.
It's possible. She tried to kill me one time with like 48 milligram or 60 milligram freebase nicotine.
I was thinking it was like 86 or 96 at one point. She had like really, really high. I didn't know they went that high. Whatever it was, it could have been 60. But
somebody that she knows made it for her. But yeah, right. She handed me this. It was an Opus D with a HH357 dripping atomizer, and she dropped a couple things into it and handed it to me. She says, "Try this." Right. And I went, "Oh!" The back of my head blew off. And
Your brains fell out. Yeah.
Alex Clark was vaping an extremely high level of nicotine at the time as well. But yeah, those were the days.
David Dorn told me that he was on 72 started, and I didn't even know.
I mean,
that.
I started on 36 and quickly moved to 24, and then fairly quickly moved to 18. And then when I was at 18, I was at 18 for 3-4 years.
Yeah.
And then I moved to 12, and I've been happy at 12.
I tried 36 too much. 24 is just.
I quit in
a little
one
too
day.
much.
I quit in one day with 36. Like it did what it needed to do.
Because nicotine strength is important. Period. Yes.
And having options, yes. And Raj says that he dislikes Views and Juul and etc. And I don't disagree with you, but
Right.
Juul is a superior product. The product itself does what it's supposed to do. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sold as many millions of units as they've sold. Do I like the company? No. And do I like the product? No.
Right.
But other people do. And as far as that goes, everything that helps somebody quit smoking needs to still be on the market. It has a place.
Yeah.
And
It
that's
all
the
has a
thing
place.
is, if we are here to talk about tobacco harm reduction and saving smokers, then we shouldn't be blasting fuck that product, or I don't like that. I don't like the company, and I'll gladly say I don't like the company. But
Yeah, I'm not fond of it.
the product itself has saved millions of people's lives, as far as I'm concerned, and therefore it deserves a place on the market.
Yeah.
So yeah, actually, Blue does have a step down system.
Do they?
If you, yes, yeah, they well, and they never, as far as I know, they've never gone to nicotine salts. But when I was vaping, and Enjoy also has a step down, or they used to, because they used to send me different cartridges with different nicotine levels.
Mr. Proven, you are not insane.
I don't know. Skip is asking how low does Blue go? I don't know. I haven't. I mean, it's been years since I've actually looked at that product, and none of the convenience stores here sell it anymore. I can't find Enjoy at all in any of my local stores. So it's all new brands that I've never heard of, and Juul, and the big tobacco companies. But Mystic used to be here all over the place. They're not here anymore.
No.
I think they went out of business. They were huge at one point. So, hey, Kevin, was there tweets? Was there something else that I was supposed to look at? Let's see.
Yeah, you had a
Okay,
couple.
I did that one. I did this one. Did I do this one?
I don't know.
Well, I did. I talked to this was the chick that the Dallas girl that interviewed Laura Dern. Yeah. Let's see. There's two from you. I did want to show this.
Okay.
This is your truth one. Let me boom.
Bam.
Bam.
These fucking monkeys. I swear to God. Listen, what is their mission?
To brainwash people.
Mission. All right, good enough. So, I invite and welcome any attorney that wants to contact me to change my graphic. Now they've changed their graphic. If you hover on the Truth Initiative's name, it probably will show it. And it was pointed out on Twitter to me that they are now, I forget which way they've got it exactly. And if you,
so it says inspiring lives free from smoking, vaping, and nicotine.
Yeah, well, That's not what they're doing, but that's what they're pretending they do. $60 million
But they
in
did.
marketing.
They did change their logo.
Yeah, they changed it, and I'm leaving mine the same. Well, I've got two versions. So what I said was that that's exactly what I just said. Considering this money you spent on marketing, I'm not surprised because they want to win this. Is that the one I'm thinking of?
So marketing, they have in their marketing budget nearly $60 million.
Now that somebody asked me on Twitter, I
in
thought it was self-explanatory. The first, second, and third box equal 59, and then the bottom box equals those two. And somebody said, "Where did I get the numbers from?" But that's what it was. So they have marketing.
Add these three together. It says marketing, research.
They spent $2 million on research.
So Target Cast doing business as Assembly.
And advertising.
They got $49 million. MDC Corporate doing business as 72 and Sunny got $9 million. Haymaker Industry marketing got $1.6 million. So you add that up, that's $59 million.
So what was that lady looking for when she wrote to Matt Meyer? She was looking for PR.
There
you go. That's
help to address people that are skilled at or good at narrative adjusting.
That is exactly what Simon Chapman does. That is exactly what To Hear Dumb Fuck does. That's exactly what Truth does. Tobacco Free Kids does. FDA does. That's what they do. They market. They market to their audience. Period.
So to address David in the room, David, Paul asked me to share the Health Cabin website. They have a PMTA tab. None of those products were on the market before August 8th, 2016. So therefore, they're all adulterated and illegal products. And to be fair, they should be removed from the market until they have an approved FDA, PMTA. There is no excuse for FDA not already, and they've been here and there. There's been seizures reported and stuff, but all of those disposables that entered the market after August 8th of 2016 are illegal products and should immediately be removed from the market. And I can't believe any vape shop that is selling those products doesn't know that they weren't on the market before 2016.
Yeah.
So, if we wanted to show that we supported regulation, we should be saying, hey, go ahead and seize those products. Yes. Because all of the good actors that have been doing everything right are getting fucked. So... Yep. That's just my opinion. I mean, I'm not saying drop a dime on a bitch, but they do have a fucking hotline. I'm just saying.
You can report any safety issues with your tobacco product as well.
Can drop a dime on a bitch. Now, the other thing that I don't even want to do that, Kevin. Is there anything else that you want to that we didn't cover?
No, I actually looked at that other tweet and I was thinking, it don't matter. You already talked about it anyway.
What was it, though? I mean, was it something that I really wanted to show? Because there was a reason.
No, not specific. It was that Laura Durham.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I did blast. I did dunk on the Pave Moms again with the video from the boy. I did dunk on them again.
I did too.
Twice, I think twice.
Oh, speaking of that, you said
you know what? I do. There is one more thing I want to show. So
you mentioned earlier that children couldn't quit vaping quickly, as opposed to smoking.
Yes.
Well, Aaron's obviously quit in one night. I've got the screenshot for that.
Yeah, but Drug Policy Alliance has put together a new video talking about the war on drugs. And by association, this affects us because they're going at South by Southwest. They're having a big talk about drug legalization. But they're still anti-vaping. Like, they're spending some money at South by Southwest on anti-vaping efforts while promoting drug legalization. And I'm not going to dunk on or attack Drug Policy Alliance, but I like this video because if you're old enough to remember, this is a sort of a throwback. But here, let's put it on the screen. Make sure I got my volume up. Y'all let me know if there's no volume.
This is one of the millions of Americans who uses drugs and won't get arrested. However, this American is several times more likely to be charged with a drug crime. Imagine it's you. This is the day you get caught. This is your day in court. This is your sentencing. This is your cell. This is your first day on the outside. This is your fresh start. Was your fresh start. Here are your job prospects. This is your shot at a college degree. Or not. This is your family. This is your debt collector. These are the dreams you have for your children. This is someone else's family. Someone else's life. Someone who used drugs, but was never caught. This is how you feel. The war on drugs is ruining people's lives. It fuels mass incarceration. It targets people of color in greater numbers than their white counterparts. It cripples communities. It costs billions, and it doesn't work. Any questions?
Yeah.
So that is actually the same actress that was in the "This Is Your Brain on Drugs" commercial, the one where she smashes the entire kitchen. And
from the 90s.
Yeah, it's from the 90s. I remember the commercial. I was going to play it, but then I decided not to play it. Yeah, South by Southwest. They're doing big presentations on drug legalization, but also anti-vaping. We've talked about this. We are, if you didn't notice, the white egg that she held up was the one that didn't get caught, and the brown egg is the one that did get caught. You can draw your own parallels and assumptions from there. But this is the war these are the same tactics. The war on drugs tactics is what they're using on us now. Don't get our kids addicted to your filthy drugs. Don't get your kids addicted to your filthy nicotine. It's the same thing. And people need to be aware that we have pretty good parallels that we can draw between what they've been through, what they're currently going through, and what we're going through.
Yep.
So yeah, don't think that this is the end of the world. But yeah, here, this is Meredith Berkman. So the youth smoking rate is the lowest it's even been before Juul came on the market. And they're tagging all sorts of people. So, I decided I'd go through and I'd be like, hey, this is Meredith's son. The boy here that's in this video that we've played multiple times, this is her boy.
Poor kid.
So this is Meredith's son discussing his experiences as a youth who vaped. The just say no and all their other tactics don't work. Tell the kid not to do something and they will do it. She'd be more successful if she would just parent better. Vape products are illegal for kids.
No.
And then Kevin decided, hey, this is Erin, who is one of the other PAVE moms, Erin Mills. Her underage child gave up vaping in one day. Completely understand. Nicotine does that. Just be so proud of your post and impact. My 17-year-old son gave up vaping today after seeing your message and tonight's news. We need to stay positive and have faith in what. So Patricia Arquette, some famous person, said vaping's bad and motivated the boy to quit vaping in one day.
No. That was a COVID statement, is what it was. Arquette's statement was a COVID thing, and then
okay, but still, whatever she said inspired him to quit vaping in one day.
Yeah. I've got
the epidemic. The epidemic is bullshit.
So the other one the
vaping epidemic is bullshit.
Yeah, the vaping, right? The other one that she had said something about never mind. Somebody you're better off smoking. It was a better off smoking kind of referral.
That was Glans. Grim Green we retweeted that this week. Hey, there's David Forsyth right there.
Oh, looky there. See that?
This is like an Inception moment. He's in the chat room. He's on the screen. He's in the chat room. He's on the screen. Smoking is so low now that it is hard to measure. Lowest ever in the century. And Big Tobacco is scared. No new generation of smokers. Why? Vaping is a direct substitute for smoking. And 2/3 of daily teen vapors are former smokers. And even if kids are vaping, guess what? It's easier to quit. I've got the science. I could go through my Twitter and find it right now, where it talks about that it's better for kids to vape because it's easier for them to quit, because there is no population level impact on smoking rates and tobacco related illness and nicotine addiction.
No. Look at Skip.
No increase at all.
She's just spitting over there. Look at that. One
that
day,
is true.
Skip.
If nicotine addiction is as addictive as heroin, why do we need treatment centers for drugs? Shouldn't they be able to quit in one day? That is
all
true.
Bullshit. It's a multi-billion-dollar global lie. Period.
And it does not harm developing brains, or Kevin would be even stupider, because he started smoking when he was 8.
9. In fact, I was drinking my dad's coffee off the freaking table at the same time. It was cold.
In my last screen share of the night.
Yeah.
Last night I was just cruising through Netflix and I found an amazing documentary on mushrooms called Fantastic Fungi.
I saw your tweet. Yeah.
It starts off talking about edible mushrooms for cooking and yummy stuff, and then goes through psilocybin and through all sorts of other really cool stuff. So definitely, if you have like an hour and a half of your time and you have Netflix, go check it out, because it talks about neurodiversity. It talks about, what a little dose of psilocybin will do, which we had Dr. Charles Gardner on the show, and he talked about one dose or one small dose of psilocybin can cure a lot of stuff. And he was talking about people that couldn't quit smoking actually could take 1/10 of a dose of psilocybin and no longer smoke. But there's a lot of medical research that's going on in mushrooms and psilocybin and all sorts of other things. It's a really good documentary. Like, they're talking about fixing oil spills with mushrooms. It's a really great documentary.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's a good thing. So yeah, they had a kid that had 5 years of speech therapy and couldn't stop stuttering. 1/10 of one dose of psilocybin, stopped stuttering, never stuttered again. Crazy shit. It's like brain reset, man. Pretty awesome.
The little kid, it's 10, 15 years ago, but the Florida girl that was having seizures, and the doctor just went, let's try a part of a nicotine patch. It wasn't even a full patch. And that's, how can they even think of something like that when they're suppressing what they should? Somebody with an open mind gave that kid that piece of the mushroom and stopped his stuttering.
I just saw a tweet. Now I have to scroll down because it moved, and I almost threw up.
I am pretty proud of the Twitter crew that we have, by the way.
What?
What'd you do? What are you doing?
No, I just saw they're talking about somebody tweeted about Janet Woodcock, and I just Grim Green just posted "Bring back Gottlieb," and my stomach almost I almost emptied my stomach.
No, you can't do that.
Oh hell no. Hell no, I won't go. No. If you think it's bad, no.
He didn't have the balls to say anything at the time. Fuck him too.
No. He's burnt all of his political bridges anyway.
Fuck him too.
Yeah.
Pretty much all of them.
Anywho, Kevin, I know that you said you've been up since like 2 a.m. or something like that, and
5, yeah.
You wanted to go to bed. So
yeah.
What you gotta say?
I gotta say that I love every damn one of these people that are in our chat room that support us every freaking week, no matter how silly we become and repetitive sometimes that we become. And when you show me something like a mushroom that, oh my God, I don't want to stay away from me. And it has the ability to do things like, well, I'm not saying this in a negative way, something as simple as stuttering, which to them is not simple. I know that, but what else can it do? What else are they suppressing that they're not telling us? Period. So this little tiny capsule of a fight that we're in, way bigger. And public health trust is almost non-existent except from people in public health. And then the tobacco control people are the same freaking way, So 10 years plus, they're lying. And now suddenly, and I know I want Cliff on here too, but Cliff suddenly comes out with one in March or April. Now this comes out pre-released, whatever, for the end of the month or something. And I'm just shaking my head like, where were you people before that? Collectively, I get it. But where were you individually? Where are my Dr. Glovers, my Dr. Gardners? Where are those people? I love those people. I need 1,000 of those people to keep talking. So good for, Dow hides real data too. I know they do. Pharma, all of them. Oil companies, tobacco companies. Patrick, he's got more stuff than we know. So I'm going to keep yelling and screaming. In 2 weeks from now, what is it, 3 weeks? Shows from now?
Well, no.
2 weeks from now, we're really going to be bitching and screaming. And 3 weeks from now, we're going to be looking at each other. What did we say? What did Patrick say more than we? So, and my wife said, I won't be here. And I think that's the 10th, so I'll still be here. Unless you know something I don't. It's like she wants me to go to bed. I want you guys to keep yelling and screaming. Patrick, what do you have to say?
Yeah, I mean, definitely go watch Fantastic Fungi. It's really cool. Like it, I saw a lot of parallels. Like this is gonna be weird, but they're talking about the network. Like mushrooms grow in here, in spot A, right? And when they reach maturity, they spore, and their spores fly all over the place and land, and they grow mushrooms there. And they set down these little filaments that go under the earth, and they network with all the other mushrooms that are already there. And that network keeps expanding and expanding, and they have miles and miles of these filaments going under the earth, networking with each other. That's us. We have spored and multiplied, and our job is to keep spreading the information. It was cool because they're talking about how other plants use their network to send like minerals across the network to each other, like trees over here that don't have enough of a certain mineral the mineral will travel the network will follow through. This one has too much water. The moisture goes through that network and goes back to the other trees. That's what we should be doing is sporing and dividing and spreading, because, if doomsday happens, if I'm right, if I'm half right, and doomsday happens, there are going to be people that are left behind. And we can't do that. We can't allow that to happen. Our job, the 20 or 30 or 40 people that listen to the live stream, the 500 or 600 that listen or watch the Facebook posts or the YouTube videos or the Twitter videos, the 5,000 or 6,000 people that listen to the podcast, you guys that listen, watch, and absorb our content, we're the system that is going to help people keep off of cigarettes and save lives. That's what we need to be, because, ultimately, until something changes, we can't forget those people. We have to take care of each other. Yes, Skip says we must take care of each other. That's what we have to do. So again, I love you guys. Go and do the things that I always tell you to do. Go tuck your kids in. Go plant a kiss on their foreheads. Go find your wife. Stick your tongue down her throat. Get in the bed and roll the hay, whatever. Get up in the morning. Enjoy your weekend, because that's your time. Because Monday, we're going to wake up and the fight is still ahead. We have 3-4 weeks, whatever that time is, to battle and hopefully slay dragons. And I'll see you in 7 days. Kevin will still be here. His wife might still be grumping at him from the other side of the curtain, but he's still going to be here. So be good. Love you. Peace.
We're exporting a whole lot of really bad and dangerous rhetoric, bad research, and unfortunately it's being picked up and amplified in other countries.
Never forget the elephant in the room. It's actually such a big elephant that I don't think people can even breathe in that room. It's such a huge elephant. It's the number one preventable cause of death in Australia. So when you are taking a precautionary approach, when you're like, no, we just don't know enough, I just tell them, shut up, because that just, I don't know, is killing people right now.
We're worried that, in fact, a lot of members of the public still think that using an e-cigarette is as harmful as smoking a cigarette. I mean, I have said that it would be tragic if smokers didn't quit and carried on smoking because they hadn't tried an e-cigarette, because they were worried about the safety of an e-cigarette.
It's not about really quitting smoking. Their ideological viewpoint against vaping is so strong and so weird. Like, honestly, it's just weird. I don't know why it invokes this incredible sort of anger from these people. I mean, this colleague of mine said to me when I first moved to get the inquiry up, her comment to me was, why don't they just use a patch? And I said to her, do you smoke? And she's like, no. I said, have you ever smoked? And she said, no. And I said, well, shut up then. You don't know how hard it is to quit smoking.
Clearly, when you tell teenagers not to do something, there's a good chance they will do it.
Good night.